Hello, you guys. I am in the midst of making pumpkin pie, not sweet potato, pumpkin. I already did sweet potato for those who are part of the pumpkin slash sweet potato pie beef. I already have done sweet potato pie this year and peach cobbler. So I think I can make a pumpkin pie without getting outed out of the club. So yeah, I'm throwing together a couple of pumpkin pies. I'm just letting my dough chill in the refrigerator. Well, I'm letting my pie crust because I've already pinched it, rolled it out, pinched it, and done all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I am having, I guess you could say, a relaxed evening. Like it's tense, but it's relaxed. And there's so many things I want to talk about. For my channel, I just have to say, some people may wonder why I remove my casual videos off the channel. It's because, so on a lot of channels, most of the channels, I think, on YouTube, um, people make all kinds of content and they kind of like leave everything up. But I want my content on my channel to be really curated. So if you see a video when you come to my channel that you have not saved in on your playlist, so it's not unlisted or it's not members only or something, then it is a video that I feel very strongly about. So whatever is in the video, I feel strongly about it. So that's why I leave it on my channel. Whereas my more casual videos, I do them more for my subscribers because I feel like a lot of people who watch my curated videos they're not all my subscribers. Oh, and I'll also say you guys can come up. Hey, Mr. Wang, all the time to you too. So I'm gonna first of all, let's say I'm gonna open up a panel. Hi, Felicia. Hello, Pierre. Hi, Dark Prophet. Hello, Greg. Hi, RY. And hello here for Truth. So I kind of want to just have a chill. I guess my point is when I do talking videos like this, it's really for my subscribers, like people who are subscribed to me, and we have conversations and shoot the breeze, and I like speak my mind, and then I make the video unlisted. So if you have the link, if you save it to your playlist, you can still watch it. But it's not a curated video. It's more like for us. It's kind of like my chill sessions and my Bible battles. Those are for us, right? But there are so many things that like I legit want to talk about. Like I'm not kidding. There are so many topics like I want to run my mouth about. And that's why I was like, can we just talk? Can we talk about any and everything? I don't know, because normally I either have a topic or we do a chill session, in which case we can't really talk about like controversial things because we're trying to chill. But today, I just want to talk about everything, anything. I want to talk about everything and anything. I just want to hang out with you guys a little bit. Mr. is out of town. We have like a family emergency. So he literally left at the crack of dawn, and I'm baking and I'm in a really good mood. So I'm ready to talk about anything. Oh, hello, Chaos. You know
Hello,
what?
hello, Irene Yvette. How you doing?
Hey, Chaos Rain was literally one of the first people on YouTube to put me on. Like, you let me come on your podcast. Do you still have your podcast?
Yes, as actually mentioned, it's been such a long time, and we had to come back to do something a little different than last time. To let you know, to get a reminder, our podcast we did on the other channel was removed for, I would say, a person that used to do shows on the other platform. He had a problem with the guy that I wouldn't say put him on, but he asked people to do shows on his Blog Talk Radio. Then it was switched over to Blog Talk to YouTube. I, like many people, came around him, hearing about him back in 2015. And it was like everyday show. It was somewhat interesting. And he gives the opportunity to show people how to do podcasting. So I took the time out of my day to say, I listen to so much material, so much podcasting on Blog Talk. I said, how would it be nice to do one on my own? or try to learn how to do it. So I took him on that offer. And here we now hear me talking on YouTube. But I've been doing this now for 4.5 years. It'll be 5 years in the next 2 weeks. I did podcasting officially. And the first podcast I've done was something dealing with homosexuality on a particular book called Coco Bo, meaning warning in Akan. And that was my very first podcast on Free Conference. Then it transitioned to Blog Talk Radio. So that's only a little background story of myself in regards to how I got started in this. And when I came across you, Irene Vet, that was back in I think it's in 2019, I believe.
20, no, I think it
It was
was
2018.
2018.
All right, so it must have been almost
Yeah, it was like when I first came on YouTube, and um, you were one of the first people who was like, I really want to talk to you, come on over. And in fact, I think Taz came over and he dropped through, and it was just very positive. So yeah, so it's always nice to talk to you.
Yeah. And you know it's funny, I got a little flanked by who was it again? It was on another channel, I'm not gonna explain it, but on how I had you on or not had you on, but I communicate with you sometimes because I know the background there because you were once married to a non-black man, and how I have my issue with interracialism. So he kind of mentioned that to me. But I told him, said I don't advocate it, 'cause I don't swirl, and anybody else do it, that's their business. But the point is this: I'm willing to deal with certain people depending on what content they have, because I could learn from somebody like everybody else. Can we agree, Irene? So I took your arm, brought you on my podcast 2 years ago, and eventually I'm hoping in the new year 2021 I have you back on again for some other things. I'm not sure we'll tackle the Bible or something, but something good in my mind that we should talk about. But nonetheless, it was good having you on 2 years ago at that time. I'm gonna find it and I'm gonna re-upload on my channel for people to get a legits of it. Is that cool?
Hey, wait, whoa, Frantonio.
Mm-hmm.
Hi. Okay, Frantonio is another one. You know what? I have to tell you guys, like, honestly, this is what I like about my channel. My channel has, I would say, experienced a very steady, slow growth. And this is what I love about that is that people like Frantonio, Frantonio, I feel like you've been around since like what, 2018, like from the beginning. Frantonio has been around for a long time. I get to know all of you guys because the channel doesn't grow so fast that I lose track of people. And we've had steady growth. I think we'd have more growth if I was more with the bullshit. Like if I were more into drama and BS, I think we'd have a lot more growth if I was willing to be like more controversial, but that's like not my vibe. But what I love is that for those of you that are here, like I really get to know you guys, especially like I get to know your names. A lot of you guys I talk to, some of you guys I talk to offline even. And so I like that I get to know like everybody and nobody's like a stranger when I see them in the comment section or when we're talking here on YouTube, that I get to know everybody. So that's why I like to have these videos where we just talk about any and everything. Wait, okay, so let me say the first thing that's on my mind, and I don't want to go like off onto like a whole situation
Okay.
about this because this is not the only topic I want to talk about.
Okay.
But I was talking to one of my patrons actually earlier today, and I was talking to her about like these conversations that are surrounding like high quality men, specifically high quality Black men, and all of this. And I was telling her how ridiculous I found these conversations to be, since most of the Black community is impoverished, first and foremost. And secondly, because doing well in the Black community is essentially middle class. And I said that I was telling her how I was uncomfortable having these conversations because there's a real class divide amongst, like within the Black community, there's a serious like class divide between our people. And when I think about it, like the reality is, you guys know at this point, depending on what state you're in, to make the top 10%, you have to earn around 155,000 to 250,000, depending on your state. So like if you're in California, it's closer to 300,000. You need to earn around like 280,000 to be in the top 10% of income earners in California. So you need to be around that 300,000 mark. If you're in like a backwoods state that's a lot smaller with lower incomes, then you still need to be at like 150,000. And for Black people, there are only around 300,000 households in America that are in the top 10%. 300,000. I was researching this and it made me realize how dumb the
You have data on that?
conversations are. What'd you say?
You have data, like any graphs, if possible, if
Yeah,
possible. You're
like
not
no, this is according to the US Census.
okay. I don't
So
know if share the screen so we can see it, but go ahead. I'm listening.
yeah, so I thought about making, honestly, you guys can tell me what you think about this. I literally thought about making a whole video about this. Um, about the dating standards, what we consider high value, how it is a stupid conversation within. So first and foremost, you guys know I'm about tossing the whole system, like revolution all day. So it's stupid for me to have a conversation about high value in a system where we're all low value if we're Black because we're not running anything. So to use the words high value and apply it to Black people, we are valuable, but we aren't high value in the terms and, under the terms and conditions that these people are putting forth, because we don't run nothing around here. We don't run anything. We're not in charge of crap. So it's silly to have a high value conversation amongst people who aren't about that life to become the highest valued in society, right? We are the least valued in society. Not saying we're not valuable, saying within society, we are the least value. We're the lowest on the totem pole. So for the people lowest on the totem pole to be having a conversation about getting into high value positions when most of our people are impoverished in this country. Most of our people live at, below, or close to the poverty line. To be middle class and Black is a rarity. And even our middle class Black families live paycheck to paycheck. So a lot of these conversations are fantastical in nature at best, right? And I feel uncomfortable saying this because, like, I was on the fence about making a video like to this effect. Oh, thank you, old head juice. And actually, my kids over at the Institute did a wonderful conversation on paternalism. And yeah. Okay, BMT, I'm gonna let you up, but like you play a lot. So I'm gonna let you up though.
Really? What did I think? I would have played
But
last time.
but
I've been
I
very.
think you've been what? You're a little messy. Like I love you, but you're slightly
Well,
messy.
I'm just listening.
You get away with your messiness because we're legitimately family, like of the same tribe,
Don't-
but you're very
I'm
messy.
the black sheep, y'all. She's always been the
So
good one.
messy.
She's always been the good one. But
Thank
see, there
you,
always,
Evie. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
but see, there has to be that type of balance. Uh, but everybody always asks me, well, why don't you ever put up Irene as a high value woman? I'm like, and this is something I said to everybody. You heard it from her mouth. In a system that we live in today, how can anybody like me or her or anybody beat me? And I'm ex-military, and she has a high degree. And literally, if somebody wanted to snuff us and say they fear for their life because she was a Black woman, they probably say, "Well, that makes plausible sense." Or he's an ex-Black military veteran with mental issues, and nobody would ever question. And so I think now in today's era, because I've literally talked about the shot, and I see a lot of people starting to get scared about, it's not going to happen, it's not true. I'm, oh, believe me, when they want to do what they do, they'll do what they do. That's something that's going to happen. I
Wait,
get
what
it.
are you talking about?
At New York, in New York, look up Bill Alpha 11179 in New York right now. They've already they've already started with handing out vaccination pills and started.
Oh, yo. Okay, yes, I do want to get into the vaccination conversation because
If you want me to
you
stay away
guys
from
need
it, I
to
will.
like, we need to get, we need to get with the revolutionary program because y'all are tripping. I'm more concerned. Okay, well, first let me address what Omi said. Irene, don't you feel that part of the problem? is that the conversation is all about what Black women need to do, I don't really think the system will go anywhere. Okay, so here's the thing. Any conversations about what Black women need to do, I think needs to be put in perspective. At the end of the day, the world is ran by men. It just is. When wars are fought, when blood is
Facts.
shed, most of
Facts.
that is these are going to be men. So I think Black women have work to do. There's no disputing it. Okay, let me say something that's highly controversial. Number one, men have to be willing to fight and die because women aren't going to liberate anything around here. Like we are not as strong, we are not as able, and the armies are not just filled with women. Until recently, until the past few years, women could not even fight in the military. We're not equipped for all that. Physically, biologically, we're not equipped for all that. So I think some conversations about what women need to do are stupid conversations because there's a limit to our capabilities and a limit to our role in liberation. With that said, with that said, a big problem I have is if Black men are all screwed up. If Black men are all screwed up and they're abandoning households and women are left there alone, do you know that there's a saying, the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world? As women, as mothers, we have the ability to mold our children into anything we choose. My children are a direct reflection of me. When you hear my children talk, right? For those parents who hear me teach, right? Whose children I teach, for those people who know my children personally, when you hear my children speak, it is a reflection of me. It is a reflection of what I instill in them. It's a reflection of how much control I choose to have over their environment and what I put in them. So if there is a screw up, a huge part of that burden does fall on the mother because you have more control than anybody. We have more control than anybody. And whether men admit it or not, we have a lot of control over their behavior as well. So while men need to put in the muscle, right? Women still do have accountability. So to me, any conversation that ignores the unique roles that both women and men play in our liberation or the progress or betterment of our community, those conversations are useless because we each have very important roles. They're just very different roles. And dropping the ball on either side, and the fact that the ball is consistently dropped on either side, is a huge part of what is wrong with our community, which is why I like to speak to both issues and not just one or the other. Because if men address all their issues, if we women don't address ours, it'll get nothing done. If women make ourselves perfection, it will mean nothing if the men don't get anything done. And what I have to say is men really love us. Like we control access to vagina. We control access to reproduction. We control access to a lot of things as women. However, we don't recognize the power in that and how much influence we can have as the people that literally rear, whether a man is in the household or not, you as a woman, we as women are the major people that rear the next generation. So men have a lot of work to do for sure, for sure. They need to be braver. They need to be willing to shed blood. They need to be willing to die. They need to be willing to fight. But women have to recognize that we are the steering wheel of this thing, right? If men are the motor and the engine, we are the steering wheel of this thing, and we are not steering straight. And our motor is coughing. And so without the steering wheel working and without the motor working, the car is not going to get to where it needs to go. And honestly, that's how I feel about that.
That was very well said, Irene. That was very well said. That was very well said. Um, I'm not going to talk too much on the what's going on in New York. If you're going to handle that, Irene, I won't. That just makes me feel good that you're. I should have known your eyes don't leave the pride, don't leave, don't ever leave the ego. So I should have known you would know talk about that. But in saying that, and I encourage y'all to make sure y'all pay attention when Irene talks about that. It's going to be a really good censorship is going to be getting really rough on social media, like communism style, China style. And if y'all are talking about revolution, while you still have somewhat of a freedom on media, or just you might want to start. I'm not talking about no NFAC stuff, I'm talking about literally you would be sending letters to each other and actually start remaneuvering how y'all live and how y'all eat and how you go about your everyday life. Like y'all look at your white counterparts. Y'all think, listen, they are
Hmm.
already at they're on toes. Like, listen, if I don't hear what I want to hear by January, I'm going to do something. That's one thing about them I can't never take from them. They don't have a problem burning down whatever they want to make a statement. Us, fall on your knees, pray to Jesus. Hopefully something will go right, or hopefully we'll take it to court. And when justice has
Well,
been
pray to
blind
Jesus.
since we got
Or
off this doggone boat.
Break
So
into a JC Penney.
People are gonna get what they asked for. So with this whole
well,
Biden thing, with buying into the propaganda, with all of that stuff, y'all are gonna get what you asked for. My son and I, my eldest and I, were talking about this, and I said, I'm not even watching. That's why you guys know I like some political commentary, but you notice I have mom has been the word on this channel for the most part about whether or not on what is going on with the elections and everything, because this is what I recognize. When Biden gets in office, and mind you, barring a civil war, this man will be in office.
yeah.
When he gets into office,
mhm.
it is going to be absolute and total slavery without the whips. Like, it's about to be, you guys think, you talk about freedom restrictions, it's about to be a total violation of all your rights. I wouldn't be surprised, mark my word, I would not be surprised if they try to march people in to immunize you in your homes. Proposition 666.
Hmm.
6666, right? It's 4 6s, not 3. You're right, like, because they're already talking about it, and he's going to be the retarded, senile man who's going to get that implemented. So people are going to get exactly what they asked for. They're going to get exactly what they want.
Hmm.
And I just want you guys to remember this moment when you have all these crazy pothead, whacked out on every manner of drugs, white people making autonomous zones. And those of you who are on my memberships and my Patreon know that when I talked about my blueprint for revolution, I said now would be the time to create quote unquote autonomous zones and push out block by block in neighborhoods while they are not willing to really hurt anybody.
Right.
In over in Oregon, they just created a new one where they were literally drop kicking the cops in the back and stuff and running them off. Well, if these little scrawny, high as hell white people can do it, why this is not being utilized by the everyday person, the everyday Black person, for our liberation and for to get control over something, I don't understand. But all of this passivity and all of this sitting on your hands, this is going to blow up
You
in
mean
our
sit on your knees?
It,
February
it
2020.
it's
Watch
it's
it
fear.
happen.
It's fear. That's all. That's honestly what it is. And again, I saw when COVID came. Black people, y'all, we talk so good about the revolution stuff. I watch a lot of y'all didn't know what the hell to do when COVID came. You were waiting to say, "Do I get to go back to work?" Like white people were threatening to burn down this goddamn town or for a stimulus check. Y'all were trying to figure out, like, well, damn, I hope to God that we can go back to work. Like, I'm like, God damn, I ain't never seen such docile shit. But let me try not to curse. But again, that's how good some people are heavily implemented into a system
Hmm.
where even after slavery ended, they had to force the slaves to leave. Like they didn't know anything else but just that. Like they're like, wait, you're free. Okay, I'm gonna get back to work. No, no, you're free. I'm gonna get back to work. You
But
gotta
BMT,
understand.
that's not our. That's
No,
not
see,
their fault.
at some
We've been
point,
conditioned, programmed for for long. You're going to go back to it because it's like a machine. You know,
see,
got to go
but
back.
here's the thing
Go
about it.
back.
But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing about it. There's those who are afraid and say, you know what, I'm going to try, and we'll automatically attack them because the fear is this. Maybe that soft-spoken woman on YouTube was probably right, but you're afraid to enact on it. But if she tries and proves it, that could literally mean like it's stuff like that. That literally, like I said, that's why I don't say too much, and I don't, like I said, I don't get in the way of what family does. She does her own thing, and I push people towards her like, hey, I'm just a one fish. Go to her. She's more subtle in how she's doing, making her move. There's different people out here that are doing things, but I'm telling y'all, the knowledge and the tools, y'all have at least about a good 4 months, and after that, hey man, Godspeed. Cause I don't know what to tell y'all. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you might want to go purchase a shotgun and wrap it up in saran in plastic and bury it with some ammo.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all say I'm crazy, but guess what? Hey, gun ownership went up, but I can promise you, them guns ain't gonna be found in people's houses. They're gonna be buried
Mm-hmm.
somewhere else. Like you understand the stuff.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something now. When I tell you, if you people don't get a hold of your weapons, if you don't get a hold of your ammunition, if you don't do those things now, those are things that simply may not, those are options that may not be available to you in a
Mm-hmm.
minute. Like these regulations are getting very, very tight. Very,
Mm-hmm.
very tight. So these are, and the same thing with passports. Now remember, they shut passports down for a period of time. Grab your passport now. This real ID deadline has been extended until October 2021. What's wrong with Biden? Okay. All right.
What?
We're definitely we're definitely going to talk about that, Enemy Nation, and thank you.
Oh my God.
But look, I'm going to tell you something. First of all, get your guns. But more than that, we need to get a backbone, right? A whole spine out here because we are lacking a spine or the vertebrae to make that thing work correctly. And that's why our community cannot walk straight. But as far as what is wrong with Biden, okay, where do I begin?
Well,
What is
I
not the better question is what is not wrong with Biden? Biden, the man who said he didn't want his children living next to black people because we were essentially animals. Biden,
mm-hmm.
who thought that a mulatto president that was articulate and not dirty was literally like a storybook coming
Mike,
to
Mike,
life. Like
Mike
And he was
check,
white
Mike check.
chested
Biden,
1 2.
too.
who likes little
Ain't that
black
something?
children to sit on his lap and rub his leg hair. Like what is not wrong with Biden is the question. This is what
And
I want to know.
don't forget,
Mike check.
and don't forget. Hold on, let me say this: the Enemy Nation. And I remember you brought it. You were on other panels. That this is the same dude that helped conspire or wrote the three strike law. You know, back when he was in the politics, the '90s. So now
Yeah,
that
and was
he's
very proud of it, right? He's
yeah,
like, it's the best thing he ever did.
and here's the funny thing. And let's be honest: the reason why people have a problem with Biden, I mean, that want Biden instead of Trump, and I don't really care about both the president anyway, is because Trump is racist. When I hear black people say we try to get this racist out, that's the only thing that comes to black people mind. I don't want to be around a real racist because it gets white people uppity around us. I saw some old dude say that he was afraid one time the Ku Klux Klan was getting real uppity because Trump is in office and they're gonna do him something. I look at this dude on the side and say, "Damn, you've been a bitch most of your life, my dude." That's just sad. No man, the one thing a woman should never see is a man giving any fear at all. Period. But like I said,
Okay,
Get
so
down on.
somebody was saying, why did so many black women vote for Biden? Honestly, I think it was two things. I think number one, it was propaganda. From
mhm.
children, we are raised up to assimilate a lot of media. And so I have to tell you, watching one news stream, the media has been hardcore. Wait, chaos, is that you? Hold on. Oh, it is. I'm sorry. I had to mute.
Hey,
There's some background sound.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Dark Prophet. Wait,
Wait,
let
no,
me.
no, it's not him that's echoing. It's the guy with the
It's me.
cartoon profile pic.
It's me. Oh.
Oh, it's Old Head. Okay. Oh, Old Head. Let me let you get in on this. But okay, here's the thing. The thing is that, first of all, if I watch one news broadcast, it's almost unbearable for me. The level of propaganda is so like it's like nonstop. It's insane. The fact that people don't see through this, but we're trained to assimilate those mediums. Also, the gender war is being weaponized. The gender war in the Black community is being weaponized to create a division that is advantageous to the status quo. The thing is, we're not hip to the game. We would rather infight It's like that slave that said he didn't want to escape slavery because he liked the nigger fights. Like we rather be here for the nigger fights. Do you know what I mean? This is the slave's words, not my words. You guys go back to that video I made. He said, I was caught up in the nigger fights and the corn husking and the joys of the plantation, the enjoyments of the plantation.
The
And he
corn
didn't want to get
husk.
free.
I ain't trying to corn husk.
Corn husking, like husking the corn and niggers fighting each other. And so he didn't want to be free. And a lot of us, both black men and black women, are caught up in the nigger fights. We would rather sit here and have nigger fights with a hard ER for the enjoyment of white people and for the benefit of the status quo than we would get our minds straight and do the things that are advantageous to us. Now, with all that said, I am not pro any of these presidents, not pro Trump, not pro, like I'm pro tossing the system. But if we're
The guy with the Huey avatar, you gotta mute your line because there's feedback. I'm seeing your thing vibrate.
Oh, okay. Let me fix this. I don't know how. Hold on.
Yeah, mute your line, mute your whole line and then you open back up.
But I definitely think that for a fact, if we're going to participate in the system, need to do things that are not damaging to us. Also, I feel like a lot of black women are confused because we have whole actual black women out here calling Kamala Harris black. When this woman is nowhere near black. She's not even remotely black. So I think all of this pandering, right, and the playing up of the gender war, we don't realize that social media promotes negativity to you. That is how the algorithm is built, is to promote negativity to you. And then the status quo, who is in control over the algorithm, then uses that negativity bias to then exploit you for social purposes and things like elections. This is both to black men and black women. So we need to stop buying into this.
Well, I want to say this, Irene, and this is going to be a little quick tidbit, and this is going to be a little quick tidbit of what I feel is my honest opinion. I really think that a lot of black women just love the drama. Well, I guess you were saying that a little bit, but just love the drama
But
and just
black
love
men
the.
love drama too, because
Well, I'm
drama
not saying that they don't,
the
but
men's area and the women's area are the ones who make the most money and have the highest subscriber counts. The more BS she put out there, the more black men and black women love that stuff.
I know, but I figured since we were talking specifically about the because he asked about black women, so I just figured I would talk about black women. Black men, I think, have other issues that we need to talk about. Matter of fact, I was gonna segue into this. Because this is very applicable to a conversation I had with a girl that I graduated with like about 3 weeks ago. I think I had this conversation with her. And this is why I said that I think a lot of our women just like the drama of it, because she was criticizing a character. I don't know if you ever watched The Game. Have you ever watched The Game, Irene?
The Game. Tell me about it. Maybe I have.
It was like a mid 2000s TV show. Like basically the main character was this guy named Derwin, right? And the whole character trait of Derwin was that he was
who were the actors in it?
Oh, I don't know the actors. The only one that I could name like outright is what's her name? Tia Mowry.
Oh wait, when she was married to like a athlete of some kind?
Yeah.
She wasn't married. Cohabitating with?
Yeah, something like that. So basically the idea was that he was like this super church boy and all that other stuff. And the girl from the college was like, "Oh, N-words ain't nothing." You know the actual phrase, but you know, we got to keep it family friendly. She posted on her social media. She was like, "Oh, N-words ain't nothing. Look at this guy, Derwin. He cheated on, Melanie and this and that and the other." And I don't think it was originally on BET Old Head Deuce. I think it was originally on like CW or something like that. Cause it came on like I think BET eventually took it up, but it wasn't I don't think it's a BET original.
No, but wait.
But anyway.
What about that particular show correlates to the conversation though?
But okay, I'm getting to it. But
Because you know I
yeah.
have to do it. Because you will literally, and if we were talking, okay, first of all, just between you and me, if you and I were talking privately, we could have a 6 hour conversation and I would wouldn't even care. But we got it for the people.
I know. I mean, I feel like me and you are like very similar, like very criminally similar. Um, so I'll give you that one. Uh, but let's see here. Okay, let me get to the point on it then, I guess. So I so basically I responded to the post and I was like it was a joke. I was like, lay off my boy. He ain't never had any play or whatever. Cause the whole point of it was that he was like a 24-year-old virgin or whatever, because he was waiting till marriage. But basically she kept postponing the wedding. So he gets older and older and older and older, and he's not getting any play. So eventually he cheats on her with a groupie and is played up
Hey, I
like
didn't
he's
know that she wanted to marry him. Really? I see. I wasn't into the show like that.
well, yeah. I
But is your
watched I
point
watched
that she put it off, put it off? He cheated on her. Then she had something, but your ultimate thing is
well
ultimately she needed that drama.
well no. I'm talking specifically about the drama of the person that was having the conversation. I'm just giving you the rundown of the situation that brought up the conversation. So basically, because I'm about to describe to you why I think that a lot of our women just like the drama
Okay, so wait,
of
wait.
the
First of all,
situation.
y'all, all of this commentary is because he says a lot of Black women simply like drama. So he's about to make his point. Old head dudes, I'll make him make his point. I'll let him make his point. I apologize. And to Zakan, Gaza, no, I am not the housewife on Stereo app. I actually don't know what Stereo app is. But go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dark Prophet. Old head dude
But
told me to let you make your point. So make your point.
but yeah, so I'm having a conversation with her and I'm like, she's really kind of pushing her boundaries on this one, because the whole point of me having a conversation with her was the idea that she was saying that even though he was pretty much the perfect guy, that he still wasn't, you know, the common phrase that he was ain't nothing. And I was like, well, if he's not nothing, then what could a Black man do possibly to be something? But she kept escalating the situation every time I brought up a point. She kept
Overthrow the system.
escalating the situation. And I was like,
Overthrow the system. Take control over this bitch. That is gonna take control over stuff. I know this is not probably the theme of the show, but I'm just saying that would be the answer. Control, domination. Like when men get in a room, you guys, somebody is the leader. Somebody is the leader. Every time a group of men get together, there is a hierarchy that is immediately established. That is whether we're at a dinner party, on a basketball court, or in a classroom. But that also applies, so those are microcosms, but in the macro, that applies to the world, right? So the man who has control, he's the one that's going to get the most respect. He's the one that is not going to be crossed as often. He's the one that when he speaks, he's heard by both men and women. So I know that is not part of the show, but the answer is very simple. But I think men already know this. That's why you guys buck up to each other. Even the most polished man in the most affluent setting, they posture. They still posture. Posturing is part of manhood. Even as a woman, I see men posture, and that's attractive. I'm like, this is sexy. Y'all go ahead, posture on. Let's
wait,
right.
define posture.
What do I mean by posture? Okay, Angela. Okay, Angela asked who you are. So Angela, this is Dark Prophet, and he is, how old are you, Dark Prophet? You're like you could be my baby. What are you, like 25, 24?
22.
Oh, he's a real baby. He's younger than my eldest. So he's young. So yeah. But what I'm saying is, so she was asking who you were. So that's his name is Dark Prophet. And I think your perspective is upsetting to a lot of people. So we agree on many things and then we disagree on some things, but he has his perspective and you can totally come up, any of you ladies, because it's funny, my channel is 50-50, as I shared with you guys recently, but my ladies rarely come up on panels. The men are much more verbal. So I wish we could have like an actual dialogue because I'm up here by y'all really just, you ladies just throw me to the literal wolves, right? You guys are just like, Irene, go up there. You got this. And no women come up here to have this with me, but that's okay. But I think that like what I mean by posture, because somebody was asking what I mean by posture, you were asking that, Dark Prophet. I mean I shouldn't have to explain this. So for example, okay, if it depends on the type of man, right? So with affluent men, when they posture, they step into the room, their conversation, like whatever their accolades are, whoever is in the strongest position in the room, whoever has the most social influence and power in society in the room, is often measured out. And then everybody, like, that's the person you don't cross. Or if you're crossing them, it's because you want to replace them, right? On a street level, posturing goes on as well, but it's more overt, right? It's more overt. It's closer to like what is actual warfare. Do you know what I mean? Where like, it could be the way that you talk. Like, can somebody be put into submission by simply the way that you speak? Or it could be literally aggressively approaching somebody and having them back down like they don't want anything. Or it could be a physical fight. So posturing goes from everything from simply comparing social value and social power to physically making somebody be submissive to you. But men posture. When police officers come onto the scene, do you notice how they puff out their chest? They normally put their hands near their waist belt where their weapons are located. They speak in a really dominant way because they're posturing. They're letting it know I'm the authority here, right? Women posture in a different kind of way, but men always posture. There's no man who's ever been around one other man or five other men or 20 other men who doesn't know what the hierarchy of those men what the hierarchy of those men are, who doesn't understand who is the man who has the most control in the situation, who are the top two, who's on the bottom of the rung. In prison, this is played out in a way that is undeniable, but we know that men, but my point is we know that men posture. Women, like I said, women posture too, but we posture differently. But we know how men posture on the day-to-day. Men posture. But I think where our community fails to recognize is the same thing that happens at the gym, in the boardroom, at the dinner table. That same posturing goes on at a global scale. And our community as a whole have been out postured. And that is problematic, right? So going back to your original point, like, what can a man do? Do you know what I mean? What ultimately it's out posture the men around you, dominate the people around you. When men are in dominant positions to the men around them, those are the men that women flock to. Those are the men who other men listen to and obey.
Well,
Right?
can I ask you something real quick, Irene?
Sure.
Because I think you kind of misunderstood a little bit of what I was getting at when I asked that question. What I was essentially saying was, if you have a culture of N words ain't S, how do you then convince, any of quote unquote our women that, that any of us can be worthwhile? And
Mm.
I'm asking that because, as you know, and this comes up quite often, I went to HBCU, and literally like every 20 seconds I was hearing N words ain't S. So I'm like this was a microcosm of what we see. Wait, who's echoing? Irene, do you think you can mute for a second? I think you're echoing. Thank you. But yeah, so when you hear N words ain't S every 20 seconds, and then you have a conversation with somebody, and the entire theme of said conversation is saying that a church guy who's like 24, he's waiting till marriage. He's trying to marry his high school sweetheart that he's been dating for like 10 or 15 years. She keeps delaying the marriage. He makes like $20 million a year, and he's pretty much the most unrealistically good man that anybody could possibly imagine. And there's still some of our women saying N words ain't S because he cheated on her because he was 26 years old and he never had sex with a woman.
Okay, we can't. Okay, so first of all, we can't use like a television show but I understand why you're using it. But I'll say
But
that,
it was a television show, but she was making a real assertion about
yeah,
black men through that medium.
okay, but something that is like very, very tangible and real in the community is the N words aren't ish commentary, right? So you guys know I'm not a fan of that commentary, but I think that Biomi brought up a really good point, which is that, okay, a lot of times to the women and women who are subscribed to this channel, you guys have heard me say this. Men seem to be totally unemotional, like void of emotion, void of compassion, void of sympathy. It's like it makes them always almost seem like subhuman or non-human. It's like, what is wrong with you? Do you compute? Does this computing? Right? Do you see that I'm hurt? Do you see that this is a problem? Many women have had this experience with men. And what I've tried to get women to understand is men do have emotions. They just don't emote the way that women do. Men are different than women. And then I want to give Enemy Nation a opportunity to speak if he or she wants to. I don't know what you are, Enemy Nation, because you haven't spoken yet. But so men emote differently than women. And they have a lot more restraint when it comes to their emotions. And that can read as a lack of emotion or cold or a lack of caring to women. That is something that women need to understand about men. In the same way, women complain. Biomi hit it on the head. Mr. is a good man, but I am a woman. That does not stop me from getting in my feelings. And some points of the month, I might get in my feelings more than others. That's not going to stop me from, oh, but that is what women do. Women are going to get together and we are going to talk and complain. We're going to be disgruntled. It just is. Anybody who is married or in a long-term relationship knows this about us. You know this about us. You know exactly what we're like. So when a bunch of women get together and are female, there's nothing to feel any kind of way about. We have gotten together and we are female. I think the problem is that in this social media space, women get together and we have conversations that we would normally have, like over a glass of wine at our girlfriend's house. And we have this 300, 1,000 deep, right? In a space where a man could just wander in. Normally, if your husband came in while you guys were all having wine at the dining room table and talking your shit, you would all stop talking and respect the man that walked in the room, right? Who's paying the bills of the house. But in these social media spaces, it's like every random man walking into your dining room, listening to a woman's conversation and then basing his whole worldview off of what is ultimately women's conversation. But let's be clear, in the same way that if your children aren't getting fed, if your bills aren't paid, if there's a man that's sort of kind of pushing you around, your woman might get frustrated within the house and talk a lot of crap and be a woman, which is to start to basically have an emotional breakdown when stuff starts getting out of control, because that's how we are. We're like, oh my gosh, like what's wrong with you? You're not going to do something about this? Because I can't do anything about it. Are you going to do something? Like, I'm looking at you. What are you going to do? You're not going to do anything? This shit is crazy. Like, do you see all these problems that we're having? You know how women are. That's how we talk. We just start to like, why aren't you fixing this? I'm looking to you to fix this. That is an amazing burden I can't even imagine having that men have. But please don't confuse women being women. We are, as Black women, we're in a position in society where our men are at the bottom of the male totem pole. And as Cynthia, who a lot of people don't agree with me associating with, but as Cynthia often says, it's like watching a lion with their mouth muzzled. It's like, you could tear up this whole thing. Why aren't you tearing up this whole thing? Can you explain to me why you're not tearing up this whole thing? Is there something wrong with you that you're not tearing up this whole thing? You look about twice his size. As Neely Fuller Jr. said, you got all the muscles, but you don't know what to do with them. That's what a Black man said. You got all these muscles, but you don't know what to do with all those muscles. A woman she's not going to understand that. And she's going to complain. She's going to be like, oh, okay, so you're not about shit then. You're just gonna let this little, it's like, what is that big buff guy that let the little scrawny white dude fill him up? Like, women, we don't understand. We're looking
Wait, are
at
you
you like
talking
you're
about?
a giant out here. You could beat him into a pulp.
Are,
Come again, how he felt you up and you weren't able to defend yourself? So from a woman's perspective, we don't understand it. We're looking at Black men, we're like, you guys are big, you're strong, you're more masculine than all the other men. Come again while you're not running stuff. Why are we all at the bottom of the totem pole? All we can do is complain because we can't fight. We can't fight. We can't beat them up ourselves. So what do women do? Women aren't the nicest when they're not happy. An unhappy woman is a nasty person. Any man who's been with a woman knows this. That's why they say happy wife, happy life. Because an unhappy woman is brutal.
well, I want to say something real quick, and I guess this is just going to be a little bit of a tidbit. A 2020 post feminism man is a lot less tolerant of quote unquote women being women. And that's sort of that's all I have to say to that. Like,
Wait,
the
say it
whole,
again.
I said a post feminism 2020 man is a lot less tolerant of the whole women being women thing. Like, quote, like as you put it, the whole being naggy and sort of cackling at the man or whatever. Like, men in 2020
Well,
are
it's
trying to hear
counterproductive. I
that.
would say for women to know that it's counterproductive. So to qualify what you're saying, right? As women, the same way I said, men, you should know how women are. Like, we're reckless. Like, a woman in a bad mood, not happy, feeling distressed, is a reckless, venomous creature. Like, those are hands you don't want to catch. Women will rip your whole soul down just by speaking to you, destroy you with their words, right? In the same way, women, when you love a man, and we can extend this to all Black men, but when you love a man, you know that you walk a really fine line as women from completely destroying their manhood to the point of no return, to the point where they can never get in a bed with you again. They can never be turned on again because you have just ripped them down so far, right? That you're a whole bitch to them, right? So we know that there is a point, like, you want to push because you want to push in a way that's motivating, where he's like, damn, just shut her up, right? Versus, let me get away from her. So as women, in the same way that men need to know that we're going to be women, like I just went on this whole rant about men understanding us, in the same way, for those women who have been in long-term relationships and love a man, you know that you never, like, you fall back even when you don't have to, even when you don't want to. Like, there are a lot of moments, if you love a man, women, where you know you could go in and destroy his whole person, but you fall back into your submission, you fall back into your place, because your goal is not to destroy your whole relationship with them. And I think on social media, what we don't recognize is we don't recognize that point, that collectively as Black women, we are like one giant Black woman, right? And so if we truly love, right, and we are motivating and acting as women, we know that there's a point where we must fall back, because we can go too far to the land of emasculation. And once you emasculate a man, he will never look at you the same again. He will never flex with you like that again. You will never be able to get out of him what you want, because no man No man, even if he knows he's 1,000% wrong, no man that I know with any level of self-respect can get past being wholly emasculated by his woman. Because if he thinks you wholly don't respect him, he cannot deal with you anymore. He can never look you in the eye again. He can never be right. He can never achieve because he knows you have zero respect for him. So collectively as Black women, in the same way that Black men need to not get in their feelings when we're just being women and emoting, we need to recognize that we have to be very careful in mixed spaces where Black men can hear us and exploit the things that we're saying, because in the same way that you would never drag your husband to the pits of hell, right, and expect for him to thrive there, we cannot expect the collective of Black men to thrive if we're going to drag them to the middle of nowhere. It's like, okay, now that I've drug you to the middle of nowhere and stomped my heels all in your eyeball, now full get up and do the work. They're still humans. I know that they don't exhibit emotion the way we do, ladies, but they are still people, right? They are still human beings, believe it or not. I know it's hard to believe sometimes. These are still whole human beings, and they might not let you know that you took them there and that they're not flexing with you like that because you took them there, but we know innately when we've pushed it too far with a man. And I think because Black men collectively are not our individual husbands, our individual lovers, we forget the rule about how far you can push a man before you've pushed him out of your realm. And I think in a lot of these conversations, we're pushing men out of our realm. But with that said, in the same way, I think in a lot of these conversations, Black men are doing too much. They're getting too involved in what women say. Women say crazy crap when they are disgruntled and frustrated. We say anything and everything, y'all. A man knows that. We will say anything. Most men, a mister won't even listen to me. He'll just walk away. He'll freaking leave. So I just stopped saying anything. You know, I just behave myself because I don't want him to go anywhere. But, you know, women are reckless. Our tongues are like fire and darts and poison. We will destroy you. So you
Well,
should know that a disgruntled woman is going to act that way.
and can I add a quick little note right quick, Irene?
Yeah.
Now, if you take that to a larger scale, if you pump that up for a little bit, then you get exactly what I was describing when I first started talking. That's my little note. You can do with that what you will.
Wait, say that again?
I said, if you take what you just said and pump it up to a macrocosm, if you take that and you pump it up to the society as a whole, you get what I was describing earlier when I first started talking, and that's my little tidbit.
In other words,
Essen-
take it from an individual level and maximize it to a national level.
Essentially saying that if Black men as a whole don't feel respected, the same thing applies that you said happens on a
Yeah,
microcosm. That
I
same
agree
thing
with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. But then you have to hear your women, because then Ms. Chantel says, but you guys aren't holding back. But this is what I'll say to Ms. Chantel about them not holding back. Okay, now it's these bitch made people who aren't holding back. These bitch made men that are honestly, when I hear these conversations with Black men talking crazy, these men are not anything that you would really bring home to create a family with anyway. Like I just don't know men that emote that way. I do not know men, because most men that I know don't need to emote that way, because if you are out of pocket, you're not a person. First of all, they're not going to be talking to you. They're not going to be talking about you or to you. They're just going to dismiss you wholly and completely. Most whole men that I know, they don't need to behave that way, because you will be dismissed really quickly. And when women are in the presence of that level of masculinity, you will check yourself. You'll check yourself. You know, if you get reckless, you know how reckless you can get with your man before he's just not trying to deal with you anymore. And you fall back very quickly. So when I get into these spaces, to address what Ms. Chantel was saying, and they aren't holding back, well, these are some whiny people I wouldn't bring home anyway. Like all that whining. First of all, I don't know any productive man who has all that much time to be online whining. I know my man doesn't even know about these spaces, because he has no time in his day to be on the internet for 3 hours whining and complaining about anything. Right? So I think we have to put that in perspective too, right? And not attribute the lowest rung of black men who are clearly sexually frustrated, not in productive relationships, and capable of getting a woman. You know, there is a type of man that leads, and women, you have met men like this, and men, you know, men like this. And maybe you've even been this man at some point before you grew into your manhood. There are a group of men that lead by degrading, right? There are a group of men who can never feel that you'll be faithful to them unless they make you feel bad about your physical appearance or make you feel like nobody will want you. And then there's a group of men who never have to put you down. They're not about to gash you, but they never have to put you down because they're that. And the fact that they chose you and you have their loyalty should let you know that is their dedication. They're not about to do the most, but they're not about to rip you to shreds either. The problem is that we are so used to dealing with dysfunctional men that we're used to listening to their voices. And then when we hear a functional man talk, we can't tell it right from wrong because we're so used to dysfunction that a lot of us have never met a wholly functional black man. We tend to attract, right? We tend to attract the wrong thing, and we tend to listen to the wrong black men. I see 1,000 people sitting in a chat of a dysfunctional black man, but if Q Butter starts a live, there's 50 people there. Well, here's a black man with black women surrounding him that support him, a black man that's wholly helping black children. He doesn't even sleep half the time. He just works, teaches black children, grinds, tries to help black families, but he gets the attention of 50 people. But a black man that's acting like a whole retarded fool, oh, we're there for the foolery. And that goes back to the nigger fights. We are there for the nigger fights with a hard ER. The more niggerish, the better for us. We don't want functionality. That's not what we give our attention to. So why would anybody act functional? Why would anybody be functional for us if the only thing we want to deal with is dysfunction? If the thing that gets women in the chat, if the thing that gets women's attention is you acting dumb, then you're going to act dumb. Start giving our attention. And I say,
hallelujah.
Men, start giving your attention to the women who are behaving themselves. And then the women will behave themselves because those are the only women that get your attention. And the same thing for women. Stop giving your attention to the ignorant men on the block and start giving that attention. You know who should have 1,000 people in their chat? 1,000, women all over social media talking about them, those black men who are doing their thing, the black men who are leading our community, the black men who are putting in the work. If we put all our energy and our doting and our attention and our conversation on them and completely ignore those other black men, when I tell you that vagina rules the world, they will literally step into place. Oh, so women aren't going to pay attention to me if I act retarded? Okay, well, then I won't act retarded. Same thing with women. Okay, so men aren't going to pay attention to me if I'm a total whore and act completely ignorant. Okay, well, I guess I will stop whoring and not be ignorant. It's super simple. This is not rocket science. But y'all have to admit that the reality is you love the bullshit. You love the bullshit, and therefore people keep bullshitting because you love it. You keep showing up for it. You keep talking about it. You can't keep it out your mouth.
Irene, I want to say this real quick. Because I think I could. Well, I don't think I'm gonna put it to bed completely. But speaking to that end, I have a perfect example of this, right? So I was at school and they had this guest speaker, right? And the school is like 70% women, right? So whenever there's a crowd of people at an event, it's almost always all women. So the speaker, he's, telling the black women that was there, all that they wanted to hear. And he was like, if anybody in the crowd disagrees with what I'm saying, then tell me what it is and we'll have a discussion. Well, obviously it wasn't going to be a discussion because he was just there to, tell the women there what they wanted to hear. But I'm like, well, there are certain issues that have to be addressed, and you can't just keep saying black women are queens, black women have no issues, black women aren't, are God's gift to earth, because you're just going to keep black women in a loop where they don't try and fix anything about themselves. and then the men that actually could lead the society don't want to deal with black women. So
But wait,
he's like,
wait. But let the women deal with the women and the men deal with the men. I think that's why I said so. Cynthia goes in hard on black men, right? She's a perfect example because everybody, whether you agree or disagree with her, can agree that she goes hard, right? But something I said is Nilly Fuller Jr. goes hard on black men too. He says all the same things Cynthia says. He shows no mercy. He honestly doesn't think that we should even be talking to each other unless we're doing something productive. Like, y'all don't even need to talk. Parties, nope, y'all like to party too much. You think you're the man? Nope, the cop is the man. Nilly Fuller Jr. drags black men. He drags the whole community. You guys don't even deserve leisure time, according to him. Like black people, we don't even, if you see another black person, please don't even speak to them unless it's about some business, because you guys will start acting dumb the minute anybody says more than 3 words. But that is a black man, right? But people don't feel negatively toward Neely Fuller Jr. the way they do toward Sin. And here's the thing, as a black woman, and many people can speak to this because I have videos on these subjects. Are black women the weakest link? Like, what is our responsibility to the child sexual abuse rates in our community? This is not to absolve black men. This is because as a black woman and as a mother, I can speak to other women about our womanhood. Black men are too concerned with our womanhood, right? They're too concerned with our womanhood. For a black woman, of course, part of our ability to exercise our womanhood in the fullest is tied to male leadership. So we are going to talk about the people who are over us, the same way an employee is going to talk about their boss. Man, he's not giving us our breaks. Goodness, are we going to get a raise? Right? An employee is going to discuss the workings of the boss. The black man is the boss. So the women are going to do that because we're women. Our position is not your position. We're just not there. But for the black man to be constantly fixated on us, here's the thing. You lead, we'll follow. The one thing we know for sure is women are submissive, whether we want to be or not. Like at the end of the day, if one of you guys snatches us up and drags us across the room, there's submission. What are we going to do? We're not going to do much, right? So this is not even a question. So then the fixation ought to be not on black women, but on these white men.
wait,
Mr. and I were having that conversation before, because Mr. was like, when the black man, let's say if a black man is walking up the staircase, if there's a black woman in between the black man and the white man, well, then the black man has to get past the black woman to get to the white man. I'm like, well, knock that bitch over, because a woman has never stopped a man from anything. Unless he's a little scrawny, teeny tiny dude, do you know what I mean? But you just knock her over.
your mic,
Slap her
your
chicken's head and she'll be on the floor.
wait, Irene, your mic is a little bit
Oh,
iffy
I'm
right
sorry.
now.
You know what? I had my finger on it. Is that better?
No, wait, try it again.
Is that better?
No, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. It's echoey. It's echoey. Like if you're on a car mic, that's what it kind of sounds like.
How's it now?
It's still the same. Chat, am I the only one that's hearing this?
All right, I'm back. Hello, Irene. Yeah, if it's your mic, just jump out and jump back in.
I'm so sorry, because you know what? I said Enemy Nation. Enemy Nation, do you have something to say? You're up here. I don't know who you are, though. Who are you?
Yeah, Irene, your mic is bad, Irene. You got to jump out and jump back in. Go ahead,
I'm gonna go off and come back on, but I just wanted to ask Enemy Nation what they have to say.
I was just waiting for some subject matter that's that I'm probably knowledgeable about to pop up.
Well, you said animation that Biden. If we can go back, you said something about Biden earlier. Do you want to expound on that in a little more detail, brother?
Yeah, I just asked what was wrong with Biden. Like, what is everybody so afraid of with Biden? I voted for Trump, but I just want to know what everyone's so afraid of.
Wait, do you think I could say one little thing to Irene real quick since she's back? Because I wanted to.
Wait, but is my
Yeah.
mic okay?
Yeah,
Yep.
your mic is better now. I
Okay.
don't know what happened with it. It might have been just some
Well,
sort
I'll
of
say this,
issue.
Irene, if you're using your phone,
But
and somebody call it, it's going to interrupt the mic.
Well, I'm on. Okay, so see, there's two of me, and one of me is on the phone, and one of me is on the computer. Because remember that I'm baking, you guys. I'm baking. I'm baking pies while I'm talking to y'all.
Okay.
okay. But yeah, I'm gonna answer your question, Enemy Nation, or at least from my perspective in a second. But I wanted to say something to Irene. Um Personally, I can't speak for other black men when I speak on why I make criticisms of black women. But the only reason why I do it personally is for the benefit of black women. I mean, I could easily not care because I get enough attention from other types of women to where I don't need to care. Like I don't have to
Whoa, whoa,
do.
wait, stop. I just want to say this. If you want to correct Black women, the best thing you can do is marry a Black woman and lead her. And then when she speaks to Black women, her mind will be right. Because a woman is going to listen to her man or the men that she loves, or she will listen to another woman that she respects. What she won't listen to, right, is a man, especially if you say something like, I get enough attention from other women where I don't really have to be bothered with doing this, but I do it anyway because I love Black women. Okay, that is not going to work, right? That
Well,
approach is,
I'll say
wait, but I'm just saying that approach is not going to work. The best thing, like Black men, hear me. Like when I come on here, when I come onto YouTube, you know who's like my whole muse? Like who teaches me? Mr. teaches me. I listen to Mr. Do I agree with everything he says? Absolutely not. And he gives me the freedom to have my own mind, and he respects that I disagree with him on topics. You'll hear him on here when he comes on my channel. He's like, she's way more hard on this situation than I am. Like, I totally disagree, right? But he teaches me, and then I am able to get my thought process together so that when I speak, right, hopefully it resonates with other Black women. Black men, you don't need to address any woman directly but your women, your sisters, your wives, your daughters. If you get them right, when they speak to other Black women, they will get them right. You do your work through them. Like the women are a tool in your toolbox as Black men. Your priority, if you want to speak to somebody, there are a group of men, several groups of men that need to be spoken to. Speak to them. But as far as addressing Black women, let your women do that. If you are leading women, trust me, they will do that work for you. If you're leading women properly, they will be the ones to say, girl, if you don't let this child see their father, like don't keep your child away from their father. A woman who is led correctly, that will be her response. A
well,
woman
I
who's
want
led correctly will say the correct things. So you don't have to address any Black woman but the Black women you're leading. I find that Black men who are not leading Black women feel the need to address Black women. But
wait.
a
I
Black
want to
man
say
that's leading Black women, he doesn't feel that need because he's already addressing all the Black women that matter. He's addressing all the Black women around him, and he knows they're going to be on point when they speak. They're going to be a representation of his leadership.
Well, I'm gonna say this, Irene. Um, to the point to the point of marrying a black woman and then leading her, uh, I would. I gotta figure out how to. I gotta figure out how to say this. Um, You know what? I don't think there's any way for me to say that without it becoming a firestorm. So I'm just gonna skip over that one. But I'll say
No,
this
say
for
it,
the
say it, just say it.
Well,
Be
he's
honest. Speak
following the
your
chat
mind.
well,
room.
okay. I'm gonna put it like this. If you look at the chat room, right? Just
Yeah.
any criticism of the sisters is being met completely with vitriol.
Whoa,
But
whoa.
I'll
The
ask
same
you
woman
this.
who thought you
Wait,
were
wait,
full of crap. Wait. The same
wait,
woman
wait.
who thought you were full of crap earlier was like, you know what? I think I might like this. Who's he again? I think I might like him. So
You're wrong. It's what you're focused. Well, recognize this. We have negativity bias. So you're going to focus on the negative more. But the person in this chat who was more like side-eyeing you the most just was like, okay, who is this again? I think I might like him. That same woman who made the comment earlier did a full 360 and said, you know what? Or did a 180 and said, you know what? Actually, I think I might like him. But also, okay, so Dark Prophet, I know you, right? You've been here,
Yes.
what, for 2 years? How long have I known you? 2 years?
A long time.
Yes.
Probably more than that.
So I know your heart, right? I know your heart. So when I hear you talk, I interject because I can see how the way you deliver things can be offensive, right? There's a scripture, I know y'all aren't Christian, but the scripture is, if any man offends not in a word, the same is a perfect man, right? A person that knows how to correct without offense is perfect, right? And so I think you don't often think about how to correct without offending. And sometimes even if everything you're saying is 100% right, it's like that Kevin Samuels dude. You know, I don't disagree with everything he told that lady. You guys already heard, for those of you who were here, you heard my commentary on Kevin Samuels. But he doesn't
Yeah.
know how to speak without offending. The difference between speaking without offending and being offensive is whether or not the person's going to receive you. And if you care about a person, if you love a person or a group of people, then when you correct them or when you address an issue with them, you do it in a way that they can receive it, because the goal is not to piss them off. The
Well,
goal is that they hear you, receive what you're saying, so that you all can grow and be better together. But sometimes when you talk, I'm like, oh my gosh, don't say that, Dark. That is not what you say. You do not say, I correct Black women because I care about them, because believe me, I get enough attention from other women that I don't have to be bothered with this crap. That is not what you say. You
I
cut off
mean,
the
I'll
second
be
end of that because nobody cares about the attention you get from other women. And you just say, I speak this way because I love Black women. Like the
no, no,
extra
no,
stuff,
no,
you
no.
don't know how to
Wait,
leave the
wait, wait.
extra
I
stuff in the
wanna
trash. You
wait,
like
wait.
don't edit yourself.
Wait, wait, no, no, no. Because like I said, I went to an HBCU and I've had this conversation a trillion times. It's not the idea that I'm trying to say, oh, that I just had to bring up that idea. It's the idea that I've had this conversation 3 trillion times. And when you have it 3 trillion times, you start to get a little bit perturbed hearing the exact same thing every single time you have the conversation.
Oh,
So
wait. I'm sorry. Val Slice said the man asked about Biden. He did. He did ask about Biden. And we are not talking about Biden. So in fairness, can we talk about Biden?
Yeah, so let's talk about Biden then, because I don't
can I
want
at least
I already got, and Irene, I'll tell you offline what the experience I got a while ago, but let's talk about Biden. Come to Enemy Nation. You said that what's wrong with Biden? I think I said maybe I might have to reiterate myself what I said about Biden, my views. I didn't vote for no president. I'm not sure anybody took part in the political process this year. I didn't, especially the big house. So I can't say that I'm picking what they call the lesser two evils. That sounds kind of crazy. Evil's evil. Some evil might be a necessity, some evil not, but I'm not picking between the two. So that's my response. Now, Irene, I don't know if you want to go more detail about Biden that you said
Yeah,
earlier.
so I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. Number one, he is a closet racist, right? He has been a racist since he was a young man. This man is almost 100 years old, literally. He's almost 100, and he has been a racist for almost 100 years. And yet they're trying to peddle him like some friend of the Black community. So that's my first problem. When you say you don't want your children living near the animals that are Black people, when you think a clean, intelligent Black person is a storybook, when you talk pedophilic about Black children, right? Those are problems. Also, his mental state. This man is completely not, he's almost 100, and he's not a healthy almost 100. Half of the time, he doesn't know what's going on. He just really doesn't. And to run a whole country, I need you to be lucid, present, and understand what is going on. More than that, he is pandering. he is a weak panderer. He panders to the farthest edge of the left, and he's completely controlled by them. And that is problematic to me. That is very problematic to me because at the end of the day, I recognize the vibe that these people have, the infringement of rights that they are imposing. I'm not with it. Like, either we're going to have a whole revolution around here, just civil uprising, or we're going to abide by the law of the land. And because he panders to people who think that who should abide by the law is based on who they like at the time, that is problematic to me. Also, I don't want my civil liberties infringed upon. I don't think people are outraged enough about these lockdowns. I don't think people are outraged enough about the government telling you when you can leave your own home, where you can go, telling businesses when they can open or close. This is a problem for me. Like, they are greatly overextending, and he says he plans to push that further. So all of these things are problematic to me mostly because I don't think people have the spine enough to push back against that level of oppression. So when they usher in everything they talked about in Proposition 6666, when they usher in people coming to your homes with mobile units to give you immunizations or to force quarantine you, when they talk about you not being able to travel without an immunization passport, these are real things that are on the table, you guys, internationally and within our country. When they talk about you not being able to work a job unless you can prove that you've been immunized or you can prove that you have an immunity passport, that is problematic. They're trying to push agendas where they're wanting to push non-meat items. I was just talking to my eldest son about this. They want to push non-meat items because they want total control over the food industry. And they're doing all this because of COVID, because animals can pass COVID. Ergo, you should not eat animals. Ergo, you'll only be able to eat processed vegetable proteins, meaning that you won't be able to produce your own food. The way that this is going is very problematic. The level of social control and infringement on personal liberties is very problematic. So when my starting point is revolution anyway, well, I am personally made even more uncomfortable by, if we're not going to have a revolution, you guys not even having the backbone for us to collectively stand up for our constitutional rights of the society nobody wants to revolt in. So at the very least, to me, if we're not going to revolt, I don't want a president who is going to usher in more policies that are going to be violations of our civil liberties. I don't want to live in that kind of world.
Well, you know that
I
he
need the
he
government
he
to stay
can't
out of my
usher in any policies on his own. He's going to need congressional help to do that, and there are a lot of moderate Democrats. There are a lot of moderate Republicans. I think the people that are pro-Trump, most of the black people that are pro-Trump, fail to realize that Donald Trump is a moderate. He's not a conservative. And so a lot of these blacks jumped on this conservative black train, and it's the conservatives that that have caused the problems and disdain in the Republican Party. So
Mhm.
you have a now you do have a conservative uh, justice system. Well, it's conservative Supreme Court for the most part. So they're not. I mean, if Joe Biden, whatever he does, they can always strike it down because they interpret what's constitutional and what's not constitutional. So you have those guys that's on the far left, the ultra progressives like your AOCs and the Squad, but they don't control the Democrat Party. They were just used. Same thing with Trump using the conservatives in the Republican Party. He's not a conservative, but he used them to get elected, and they're the ones that's actually uh, now the paleo conservatives are actually the ones that's pushing for him to not concede in all this. But they're just different factions of each party. And I think when you talk about revolution, that it has to be defined in the terms that you have whites in this country on both the right and the left that are having an ideological war, and to interject blacks in between those while they both have ideological axes to grind is kind of hard to push black men in the middle of that.
Okay, well, I'll say this. When I talk revolution, it's not on the basis of anything going on with Biden and Trump, right? When I talk revolution, it's on the basis like global revolution. It's just because the arm of colonialism and the effects of that have just gone too far. And we can't count on the individuals who have power globally today to do the right thing for all people. So when I talk revolution, it's not about this election. So I do want to make that distinction. I also think that while you bring up a lot of good points, and I do agree with a lot of those, we have to recognize that because of this new wave and under COVID, people throughout the country, a lot of our statesmen throughout the country, a lot of our governors, right, throughout the country, et cetera, have been doing things by edict, which is simply unheard of. They're so, and also the president has the ability to do things by presidential order. So once we establish a legal precedent for something, once we establish that we no longer have to pass, right, actual laws, that we can bypass congressional consensus and we can simply by edict infringe on people's rights. And then when you add that to the ability for the president to then use his authority to do executive orders, when we add those two things together, then we create a climate where it's possible then to engage in any kind of behavior and completely bypass any congressional agreement. And we've seen this happen with the COVID situation, right? Because what was convenient is years ago, they created loopholes to involving the various branches of government in the enforcement and creation of anything that the public needed to comply with. And while at the time we saw no harm in this, we see in the present day this is problematic because now you can be jailed without ever actually breaking a law because the laws don't exist. But because somebody passed an edict, it's given the force of law, right? The same thing with, again, our executive orders. While there's a limit to the executive orders, we've seen those limits be greatly pushed. And we've seen amazing things done with these executive orders. We've seen the privatization of a lot of our infrastructure. Bush did that, right? We saw Obama's executive orders were literally a complete and utter mess and set a legal precedent for passing laws that are not if and then laws, like if you want to do this, then you must do this, but that were laws that were mandatory for all Americans without exception. This is something that had never been heard of before. So that constant boundary pushing, I think, is my concern. And having people in office who won't check that, right? Who are not willing to check these oversteps of the violations of our liberties and of how our country is supposed to work. Again, but my argument is if we don't have a revolution based on the fact that the system is corrupt, right? Period. Outside of Trump and Biden, right? If we won't have a revolution on that, then my question is at the very least, we should be outraged if we choose to participate in the system as it stands. Our outrage should be that it is not operating as is according to the law. It is operating outside of that realm. We have our statesmen doing whatever they want to do. And it's completely unconstitutional. So then the question is, then what are we acquiescing to? Because we're not acquiescing to the law of the land. The law of the land is being violated repeatedly. It's like nobody cares. And I guess that's my concern with Biden, is that because we're already pushing those limits.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hey, first I want to salute. I remember I've been following your channel since last summer. But the first video I saw was paternalism. I'm not a nut or nothing. I'm like freaking out over the video. But isn't all, I mean, I hear your commentary, but if you have not seen her paternalism video, I don't see how anybody can see where you're coming from, like on a certain level, because all this is just paternalism. I mean, add that to the equation of what you're saying is all I'm saying is that we're being treated like children. I mean, at the end game is we're getting farmed. Body parts, organs, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Not to sound like a nut, but that's the end game, right? So all you got to do is not be fooled. Just move right. You know what I'm saying? But you got a lot of concerns about government and all that. It's like a soap opera. They're just, I mean, oh, the vote came out in a tie, and then it's a soap opera. You know what I'm saying? But my question is, as far as Black people, revolution, and all that is, the first question is, are the powerful, rich, and bourgeois are going to get out of their seats? Are they going to act on this and do something? Or I mean, because what's in it for us? We provide a lot of muscle, a lot of intellect, a lot of culture, a lot of things that, right off the cuff we can do. We have a big piece in this, but what's in it for us?
You
A
mean
revolution.
when it comes to revolution? Okay,
Yep,
so on my members page and on my Patreon, I talk about this, and I don't want to go too deep about this in such a public space, but I'll say this.
I hear you.
When we talk about revolutionary action, right? Theoretically speaking, I'm not telling you guys to get it popping, but I'm just saying theoretically speaking, when we talk about revolution,
Oh,
um,
nothing popping,
we
nothing popping, nothing
we
popping.
have we have to understand that we have to understand that our investment, our individual investment, our communal investment in revolution is going to be different than the investment of other groups of people. However, there will be a period of chaos. So if one group starts revolutionary action, other groups opportunistically will also
Indeed.
start revolutionary action. What is the benefit to us is going to vary by the group. What I'll say the benefit to Black people is that globally, as a people, we are oppressed. And because of the social policies and the values of the status quo, the end of that oppression is not going to come about without them being usurped, right? They've already
Hmm.
proven that the leadership that they put forth, the way that they engage society is beneficial to them and them alone, and beneficial to those people that they use as pawns to quell revolution. Because any advance that we see in our community is simply allowed because, and if you go to my cognitive liberation videos, or if you guys go to my discussions about revolution, its
Now,
patterns.
what's your channel? What's your name?
I'm sorry?
Your channel? What's your name?
No, this is Irene.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay,
Or if you go to
go
my
ahead, go ahead.
videos on revolution, its
Hmm.
patterns, causes, and behaviors, you will know that they give a level of social status to disenfranchised groups because you having representation helps you to not be disgruntled enough to engage in organized revolt. Right? So when you recognize that the system is exploitative in that way, and that your representation or participation in the system is contrived to keep you passive so that you won't revolt against the status quo, then you'll recognize that there is no way to improve this system as it stands with those individuals in power. So, right now, white men control the earth, period, globally. They control the earth. And because they control the earth, somebody has to be at the bottom, and our people are at the bottom, beginning with our men are at the bottom. And because the women belong to the men, it places our women at the bottom, which means that then our children are at the bottom. So the benefit to the Black community is not being at the bottom of the totem pole. At the end of the day, if somebody has to be in control, why wouldn't you want it to be you, especially if you see a diminishment overarchingly in the leaders of their society, in their morality,
None of their
in
sides
their
have.
in their execution of fairness and things. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
None of their sides have enough to get me off my ass. Just honestly, no, they talking all. None of them ain't gonna rock the boat. Your commentary is great, though. I'm scared of you. Oh my God, you poke. Oh my God, I'm loving this combo. I shouldn't be calling in right now. It was that fire I had to call in. But yeah, we're being treated like children. We're not children. And Irene, my best advice to you at your age, and now that you have everything, I would say knowing is half the battle, moving right is the other half, and I think you're doing just fine. Educating your own kids, this and that, you're doing great. And you're entitled to your opinion, and your opinion is potent, and your opinion is right. You ask some tough. You put the cards on the table and said, "Let's play." I salute. I love this. I love this.
I'm curious about what Irene thinks about Liberia, where they had essentially, they started out essentially with the same system that, white Europeans started out with, and they
Liberia
essentially,
or Libya?
Liberia,
Liberia. Okay.
yeah, it's, the
Yeah.
the freed
Yeah. I'm.
slaves went to
I'm. I'm
Africa,
a.
and
I'm a. I'm a Pan Africanist, but I'm not. I'm not really hip on Liberia. But I'm listening.
yeah, I mean, they set up their system just like the system in the United States before the Emancipation Proclamation, and they eventually went to a one-party system, and then eventually overthrew the president. They had a coup and busted down the political parties, and so now I think there are around 12 political parties in Liberia. But essentially, the original families of Liberia were on top. They even enslaved some of the natives when they got there to build Liberia.
Yeah.
So they did the same thing that white people have done. So
Yes.
it's like, so I'm like, look, if what's the
That
difference
is.
of having a white master and a black master? You know
Okay.
what I'm
So
saying?
this
Eventually,
is
you're going to get the same thing.
Okay,
That's
so
potent.
I think you bring up a very good question, and one of my less watched videos, like I said, that's why I try to keep the content on this channel really curated, is I talked about nation building because I gave a lecture at the RBG Centennial Conference this year, and it was on nation building, and then I represented the lecture I did for that conference here on my channel for those people who couldn't attend the conference. And one of my closing thoughts was this. We tend to focus on skin color. And this is why I say I'm not in favor of a race war. We tend to focus on skin color. I think it's not the color of the person's skin. It's not white skin. So when I say white people, I'm not saying it because I have a problem with white skin, right? With lighter skinned human beings. I'm not saying it for that reason. I'm saying it because the people who are in control and who are Old head, I'm gonna mute you just because I think you might have background noise.
Okay.
I'm saying it because the people who who have uh, the most control and who are represented at the highest echelons of society in the world, right? Who have dominance are white men, right? Not because I think every single person with white skin is contributing to the problem. I just don't. I think most white people are at the bottom of the rung of whiteness and just barely above the rest of us. But at the end of the day, the society that's being remade is Greco-Roman, and that's white society. The people who have control are white men. So when I say white, it's because that is the face of the leadership of the planet, right? Now, with that said, I think the biggest problem is their culture. White culture is the biggest problem. And I've said many times, and I believe this emphatically, that Black people with a white mindset are simply going to do exactly what you said, which is essentially create an environment that there is a Black face presenting the same culture as white people. And in that, I think it will be problematic. And that is why I don't promote dehumanizing them. I don't promote doing to them what they did to us. It used to be that they looked at the back of Black men because they thought Black men had tails. Now the narrative in Black community is white people have tails. It used to be that they said Black people were not actually human. We were subhuman. We were half ape, half human. Now the narrative in the Black community is white people aren't human. I don't think turning into them, I don't think becoming a living, breathing version of the book Animal Farm is going to be a good solution.
If we recognize what is wrong with their culture, what is wrong with their approach, we need to be strong and move with force without becoming just like them. Because a group of Black people with a white mindset, they're not going to add anything. It is going to be problematic. So I 1,000% agree with that. And we could give not just the example you gave, I could give many examples throughout the earth where Black people have adopted a Eurocentric mindset, a white mindset, a mindset that is common for their culture as we see it implemented globally. So that is something we would have to be careful of. Like we would really have to check and balance ourselves because we are so indoctrinated. It is quite possible we would simply mimic them, right? That when we say replace them, we mean superimposing ourselves into their position instead of wholly and fully remaking the system. I'm talking about wholly and fully remaking the system and implementing a new and healthier culture, not simply superimposing Black faces and Black bodies into white spaces to implement the same thing that they have been implementing all this time.
Irene,
Yes.
can I ask you something? Is when you say the quote unquote race war or whatever, it's like is this an American paradigm or is this worldwide? Because
I think it's a worldwide paradigm. I think when you look at situations like, for example, the fact that, and this I will never let this go, you guys. I know I always bring it up, but that there are, there's a human safari of Black people in the Andaman Islands, or that in India, people with Black skin are having their arms and legs chopped off and their land taken. Or if we look at Fiji and how those people are being oppressed because of their skin color. If we go to Australia and look at how the Black people there are only 30,000 strong and are being literally replaced by blonde hair, blue eyed people claiming to be Aboriginal. When we look globally at this problem, right, it is a global issue. It's not just local. And I think that's something that our people don't recognize as well, as the toxicity of this thing is global. And if we don't address it globally, then it's like we're not addressing it at all because we're not an island here in the United States. I don't even know if that spoke to what you're bringing up per se. Did I even address it? Did I even address what you were saying? Because I lost track of what actually you said because I went on that flip and rant. So
Are you talking to old head?
I was talking to Enemy Nation.
Oh,
But
about Joe Biden?
no, he just
no, I
asked.
was asking. I was asking was her view was American or was it just in an American paradigm or was it worldwide? She said,
Oh,
"Well,
I guess I did answer it. Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
I guess I did. Because I
I'm gonna
went
go.
on a rant and I forgot what you said, but I guess I answered it in my rant.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, you did. Oh, I love the rank. Go ahead, get it off your chest.
Yeah, I was talking
Oh
about
my God, yeah.
yeah, the last thing I talked about was Liberia.
Oh, by the way, Liberia, what you were saying about that, because the other miss was saying something about I don't want to interrupt her, but they made that what they did was, is it capitalism perfect? Is it slavery perfect capitalism? I mean, that's like the mortal sin of. I mean, that is a backwards philosophy Liberia took, and now all of Northern Africa is probably suffering because.
Yeah,
Is slavery capitalism?
Slavery is perfect capitalism. Am I wrong?
well, it depends. It depends on who's on the end of slavery, because on the profitable end of slavery, then that's capitalism. But uh, on the
Free labor is perfect capitalism.
on the labor side, it's usually socialism. So it just
No,
depends on the spec. That yeah, because the slaves were given pretty much equal uh, food and not monetary compensation, but they had to be taken care of. So they were put in a socialized state where they were working for the state of the plantation.
they lived in
So
the bubble. Yes, they lived
yeah,
in the
so they
bubble.
lived in that bubble. But yeah, I mean, the thing
And
is, it's unchecked capitalism versus unchecked consumerism or hyper consumerism
Yeah,
line. You know what I
you
mean? They can't
you are
see.
you're absolutely correct. And I hate to keep pushing the paternalism video, but Irene, they're treating us like kids. You got to
No,
go to
they
bed.
are.
If you go to bed before 10 on lockdown, get your milk and cookies. That's it. I mean, what it's not far from being in jail or something like that, and you did nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's fire conversation, man. I'm gonna go on mute, man, because
All right.
you guys are lighting it up. I don't want to mess it up.
May I interject into the conversation, Irene?
Yes, please. Thank you for coming up, O'Shea.
You're welcome. I appreciate you having me up. Look here. Irene, you spend a whole lot. You're not only spending facts, but you're spitting truth. Because the Bible says, learn not the ways of thy oppressor. So look, anytime people want to build, I'm going to be more specific, ADOS want to sit there and want to build a nation, and yet we still using it and want to take on the same exact stuff that those who have oppressed us done. The only thing we're going to do is become oppressors ourselves. That's the only thing that leads to. Because look, and I'm going to go even more biblical with it. When the Most High brought the children out of Egypt, only 3 of the original people left out of there, came out of the original group that made it into the promised land. Because see, look, you can't take those people into the promised land with the same mentality that they had in Egypt. The only thing they're going to do is make it a whole nother Egypt. So that's why that had to go out. So and there was another, about so-called President-elect Biden. Look here, I'm gonna tell you something. For the black people that voted, the men that voted 80% Democrat, and the women that voted 92% Democrat. Look, I'm trying real hard not to take it personal. As in, because see, look here, when you look at what the Democratic Party have done, it have done against ADOS, black people here in America. When you look at what they've done, and then turn around and continue to vote for these same people, that's look here. That's almost like just spitting in your face, spitting in a person's face.
Can I ask you something? Look at here.
And telling them to like.
Look at here. That was fire commentary, by the way. I salute everything you said. But when wasn't black people supposed to teach the Democrat Party a lesson? Weren't they supposed to teach them like, hey, we tired of this or this and that, or so we're gonna teach them a lesson and have more, we're gonna show a more conservative approach to our voting, which did not happen, obviously. But I just want to get your thoughts on that.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that once again?
Okay. First of all, I salute everything you said. But wasn't the Democrat black base on the street? That's what I heard. Just on the street or whatever, just word mouth to mouth, chat room to chat room was like, we was going to teach the Democrats a lesson. We're going to teach the Democrats a lesson by voting conservatively, which did not happen. In your opinion, I just want to get your thoughts on that. I'm going to go on mute.
Well, okay. Let me disclose this to you. I didn't even vote because I don't believe, look here, think about it, I don't believe in voting for the lesser of two evils. That to me, that is an idiot. I hate to say it, that's a very idiotic thing to do.
Yeah.
That's idiotic. Look, you can't just not vote for either.
If you really want to go there, Dick Gregory already covered all this. But I don't want to get too kooky with you, Irene. I don't want to go there, but Dick Gregory covered it. He already said Trump would be the last American president. And Dick Gregory is not wrong on a lot of stuff.
But I'm trying to figure out what is your question to me about what we supposed to treat one black folks supposed to.
It was your thoughts on that the Democrat Party was going to teach, or black people were going to vote. The word on the street was that black people were going to vote more conservatively this election to teach the Democrats a lesson. Sorry, Irene.
Let me cut y'all. Pardon me for cut y'all, but I wish you showed me the articles where that was going on. Because it was just from everything that I seen, it was like if you black and you said anything against the Democratic Party or said anything for the Republicans, that was that was your ass. Pardon my language. I just had to emphasize the point. I don't like cursing, but I just had to emphasize the point. It was your ass. So if you had any thoughts, you better keep them to yourself or being prepared to fight.
I think that all comedians, rappers, etc., all took the Democrat bag. They all took it. Cardi B exposure, all that. All took the Democrat bag.
I'm sorry, pardon me for interrupting you again, because I'm not going to be here very long. Look here. I don't even look to politicians and stuff not politicians. I don't even look to these stars and these so-called I'm sorry, excuse me. I don't even look to them because look here. Let me tell you what. In order to get to the success that they've gotten to, let me let you. Let me let you in on this something. At some point, they have compromised so cotton picking much to where to me, they're invalid. They are invalid because some of the stuff that they had to kowtow to in order to stay in those positions. Look here, you find me one person that have not kowtowed to some extent, and then I might listen to them. What's the name about the only one that I have some respect for? Dave Chappelle. He's about one of the only ones I've had some respect for. But I also have to question that because when
because they sucked him back in even.
Yeah, because I finished. Okay, tell you that. I ain't meant to rep it, Irene. I'm gonna tell you what. Because see, I even have to question that. Because when he did that on Netflix, talking about you can say the N word, but you can't say the F word. And he didn't get counsel to somewhere.
Well, it go back to Neely Fuller. Oh, y'all high information, man. It goes back to Neely Fuller if you're allowed to do it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not.
Neely Fuller is. I don't even know who that is.
Yeah. Oh, he is a.
Neely Fuller is on fire. I don't think I agree with everything he says, but when you talk about somebody that shoots straight with the black community, like all the way straight, he shoots all the way straight.
Yeah, I was late. I was late on him. I was late on Neely Fuller. I was late on Marcus Garvey.
I wish somebody would drop a link in there for me so I can actually go and add that to something that I check out.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do like little cartoon clips of like parts of his conversations, but you can get like full 2-3 hour conversations where he's just like lecturing. And Neely Fuller gives like a lot of room for thought. Like he loves black people, but he does not coddle. Like he doesn't make excuses for our behavior. He calls attention to our behavior and he speaks about how we just need to stop with the BS. Like we just need to move past this and we need to do something different.
Your phone's out of position.
Oh, am I crazy again?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Hey, look at here. I like your style, man. I like your style. I think you should watch the cartoons first. Irene. Break yourself in with the cartoons. Neely Fuller is deep.
But like I said, that's somebody I'm gonna have to go and check out. But
am I better now?
You must.
Oh yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
I don't know why that keeps. I don't want to go on my computer, so I have my computer on, and I have my phone on. Like I'm in two places, but I'm talking on my phone because it allows me to move around. But
yeah.
I think can we talk about can we talk about, can we just back up to what O'Shea Lennox was saying with regard to, I think a lot of times we want to think that very wealthy people or celebrities can be good and cannot be corrupt because we want to achieve celebrity and wealth. And we want to think that we can achieve that without being corrupt and while still being good. And so, because we want it for ourselves and we want to think that we won't change, we want to not accept the fact that people don't reach the highest echelons of society without becoming pawns of the system. It just doesn't happen. So I think we have to reconcile ourselves with that. And that actually brings back one of the sisters earlier, like maybe 40 minutes ago, was talking about the behavior of athletes and rappers and stuff like that. Those people are not us. An athlete or a rapper, like a person having black skin does not make them us. These people are part of a whole separate game, and that is the distraction game. The distraction, assimilation, and and brainwashing game. They are not us. They are there to keep you distracted. They are there to assimilate you into certain thought processes. They are there to be pawns of the system. And so
That's what
their
I mean
behavior is
by the.
not, but
Mhm.
can I expand on this? I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's your show. You are you potent. Go ahead.
No, I just was going to say, I just wanted to expand on this because some research that I was doing when all this came up about can average women get men of means. Earlier, I was talking about one aspect of it is most Black people don't have any means to get. Let's just start there, right? We are 300,000 households strong in the top 10%, and that's not very much. So, there's only 300,000 households with top 10% money of Black people in the country. But another aspect of that is that because the people in our country who are millionaires, most of the Black millionaires and billionaires in our country are entertainers and athletes. And sometimes we confuse the behavior of entertainers and athletes with the behavior of people who actually are intelligent and like work and like, you know what I mean? Like who aren't entertainers and athletes, who aren't puppets and distractors, who are actually doing some building of some kind. And so the things that the rich of the Black community do because of what they are, because they're entertainers and athletes overwhelmingly, is very different from what the rich of other communities do. So we see them with build a body girls, we see them with Playboy models, we see them with basically low tier women who are physically attractive and bring nothing else to the table, but they're entertainers and athletes. But when we look at rich Black men who are not entertainers and athletes, it's more evenly distributed between them marrying like their college sweethearts or just regular schmegular pretty women, or them marrying like all out whores like the one brother did, where he just married a Playboy bunny. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
but when we look at other groups of men and who they marry, who make up the bulk of the wealth in the country, it is the girl down the street. So I think a lot of times in the Black community, we have unrealistic conversations. It's like, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
it's like we
Well, we're sold a fantasy, 24/7. Right when the news is off, prices right. Come on, all that. Bam, you get hit with a whole lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? You have no time to think of the next thing. Oh, I gotta clean the house. Oh, commercial coming on. You know what I'm saying? So when you step back and you go, hey man, well, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? So once you do that, let me cut to the end game. I already said it in the chat. I said, knowing is half the battle, moving right is the other half. That's it. But moving half is an enigma to some. You know what I'm saying, Irene? Where it's actually mental.
Can I interject in here? Because
I don't want to get all, I don't want to get all, hippie.
I'm sorry. Because once I say this, I'm getting off. Because actually, I'm in two different places.
Okay.
Now let's talk about, and I'm gonna be very light on this conversation about romantic relationship. Look here.
Mhm.
It's simply this. Um, And from a spiritual standpoint, God, Christ, man, God, Christ, and man. Now here it is. A lot of the issue that I see when you have women who make a lot of money, look at they look, and then they want to start and they're educated and status wise they're high. They don't want to still recognize the order of things or how it go. Even though the man make less money, if he's still able to take care of you on what he makes, look, he's still the head. He's still the head over women. And look, and once people start humbling ourselves, and even us men, once we start humbling ourselves and recognizing that, look, this thing gonna keep going sideways. It's not gonna get better. See, right now, people think, look, they think we think things are bad right now. Oh,
Yep.
we ain't seen nothing yet.
Well, I like your style, man. You're such a realist, man.
Cause look, this
Look here is what it is. Okay, all the cards on the table, right?
hold on, give me a minute. I'm finna get off. And look, and like I said, it's not gonna get any better with the way and the mentality of what we have right now. And see, and Irene, you come from a bit. Look, I'm talking to you, most. I'm talking to you, and I'm talking to you because see, you understand from that biblical standpoint of it. That look, right now things are good compared to how bad they're gonna get, how bad they're gonna be. Because let me tell you what, this lockdown we having, oh, this is just practice. This is practice. This is practice for what's to come. This is
Can I
just
ask you something?
go ahead.
Look here. Like I say again, I like your style, man. I like the whole approach, man. What you're a realist. But my question is, from a biblical standpoint, aren't you already protected?
Oh yeah, but look here. This is for look here. This is for look. This is for those who are not awesome. This is to warn people of what's going to come. Cause see, right now, people think things are bad. They think things that they are not good. But look here, what's coming down the line? What's coming down the line? Oh, it's gonna be way worse than this.
I'm concerned about the next man like you, man. I give a little bit extra more than on the street than I used to, and it's bad, man. But I think that people with good sense get together, and I mean, it's not the media is telling you that is insurmountable. All the information we're getting from the probably one or two of the same sources, right? The rest we got to put together ourselves.
I got. Hey, go
Can
ahead.
I? Oh, I'm
Let
sorry. Go ahead, O'Shea.
let me interrupt. Look, I'm looking at that comment. I read it. See,
Oh, the one that I put up? Yes, I
oh yeah.
wanted to address that too. So you address it first and then I'll address it.
Okay, let me address. See, here's the deal. See, what a lot of people don't realize when you're in a marriage, it ain't about mine. It's about us. And one of the biggest trouble is people will not let go of I, me, and mine in a marriage. They won't let it go. And look, when you won't let go of that, you start pulling. You start pulling, and just because look here, and that doesn't make a woman desperate. That doesn't matter. Look, a desperate woman is just a desperate woman. That's just what that is. I don't care how much money she has. That's just desperation. So I don't even conflate the two together. But now, well, to a certain extent, because if a man is poor, and look, if he's real poor, that desperation to have food can kick in. But even with that being said, look, you need to identify all of his or her options before they decide to act in a illegal or immoral act. Now, with all that being said, I appreciate you having me up, Irene. I'm going to jump off.
Hold on,
Well, thank
sir. Can you stay up here
Go
1
ahead.
minute? Sir, one minute. I want to respond to what you say. Greetings, Irene, and everybody on the panel in the chat.
Hey.
So the guy O'Shea Links. So, sir, you said from a biblical standpoint of view that we shouldn't be like our enemies. And I mean, I don't understand you because we are not like our enemies. For us to stand up and want to fight back to protect ourselves, that's what men's supposed to do, protect themselves, their children, women, their community. You're saying that's a bad thing. We're behaving like them if we stand up to fight against them. Now, when God delivered the Israelites from Egypt, he had them to form an army to protect their nation. From who? From other nations of people. You must learn how to fight as a man. You cannot be a man and, as God say, brace yourself like a man. You are a man. You understand what I'm saying? You can't preach that. That's like our ancestors when they were all cahooping together, the slaves to escape. They always had a few slaves around that was like, oh no, don't do that because master ain't gonna like that. We're gonna get in trouble. We happy right here. That's the kind of message you pushing when you say stuff like that.
Let me, if I may interject. See, you took everything I said out of context, all of it. What I simply mean is, look, if you have this person that's beating you down, and then okay, now you get the chance, you fight back, and now you look, you got them off you. You don't turn around and start beating them back down like they did you, because now you become your enemy.
What do you do? Serve them cookies and ice cream? What do you do?
Look here. Look. I don't want to make this personal, but
no. I don't take it personal. It's you too. We just having a conversation.
I perceive you are not looking for an honest answer.
I very much am, sir.
Because see, look here. It's one. Look, even the Bible says. Look here. How they put it. I'm gonna put it in words that I understand because I can't remember. Look, what's worse than an oppressor? When the oppressed become the oppressor.
Okay.
You don't want to become the oppressor.
So, okay, sir, I don't know if you know the history of our oppressors. They are known rapists, known murderers. They are bloodthirsty. They rape Black women, men, and children. They were raping, not just that gay stuff ain't nothing new, okay? It's been happening in those days too. It goes back to the biblical days. They were raping men, women, and our children, not only us, but the natives as well. Sir, that's why the bloodlines are mixed. So you got natives looking white, you got us looking damn near white. Okay, sir, just because you fight back does not mean you are behaving like your oppressors, because my oppressors are very ruthless people. They are not to be played with, not to be trusted, or any of that. I would never become my oppressor, but me oppressing them, I do believe in. They will not understand until you deal with them with an iron fist.
Well, maybe
let me say this real quick. They had an incident where a white cop, he planted some type of drugs on this Black dude. The dude never been incarcerated, none of that, never was in trouble. He went to jail for 4 years. They found out he lied on the guy, and they told him to go to some type of rehab program. I'm like, really? So he's not going to pay for what he did to somebody's life for hate? He should walk away with that? No, he shouldn't have. He should have did 8 years for what he did to someone else.
Oh, I agree with you. But let's go back to something you said. Our oppressors rape not only the women, but boys, girls, children, everybody. Look, do you think we ought to do that to them?
Sir, I just say I'm not my oppressor. I say yes, we ought to oppress them.
Well, then wait. That's why when I heard her saying that, that's why I knew you guys were really actually in agreement with each other. You guys are saying the same thing. I think you guys both agree that they should be dealt with.
Yes.
And I think you guys also both agree that there are limits to what we're going to do. Like, we're not going to be bashing their babies' heads in. We're not going to be raping their children, right? We're not going to engage in those behaviors. So actually, I think you guys are in agreement. I think it was more, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, O'Shea, because I understand what she's saying, and I think I understand what you're saying. You guys are actually in complete agreement with each other. Like, this needs to be dealt with, but when we deal with it, we're not going to engage in all of the same vile behaviors that they engaged in. But saying that we're not going to engage in those behaviors doesn't negate the fact that we're not in agreement that violence could be necessary and is necessary.
Very much, because they will not give up their throne without a fight. Look how they're acting right now. Look at the Karens and Beckys and flipping out, just having nervous breakdowns.
Do you
They're
agree with that, O'Shea?
Can I
O'Shea
say
Lennox,
something?
do you agree with that?
Look, I agree with the fighting part. I,
Can I
I,
say something?
I would even go as far as, look here. Look, I'll go as far as even say, look, violence might be necessary in some cases. But look, I agree with that. But see, I'm not going to go to the deep end of this situation, sitting up there and just talking about all the things that they've done to us and say, no, we shouldn't fight. That ain't what I'm saying. But I'm saying we should not become them.
Right.
Don't
And I
become
think
them.
I think you agree with that, right? You agree
And
that we should not become them, Miss
sounds
Chantal,
like
right?
someone who's been abused in an abusive relationship, and he's compassionate with his abuser. You know, they call it the Stockholm syndrome thing. He sounds like that. Like
But
he
but I think in fairness, if we're gonna talk about this from a biblical perspective, there is a wonderful parable that Jesus put forth, right? Where there was a person who owed a great debt, right? They owed a great debt and they were forgiven that debt. And then somebody else owed them a great debt and they hemmed them up by the neck. Do you guys remember this from New Testament? He
yes.
hemmed them up by the neck and he was like, you owe me money. And then he went to the judge, the same judge that forgave him his debt, and was like, this mofo owes me money.
Mhm.
Make them pay me. And the judge was like, I forgave you your debt, but you don't know how to forgive their debt. So I think there's a balance if we're talking from a biblical perspective. We know that God is about that life when it comes to violence. Like,
Mhm.
kill the men, kill
Mhm.
the boys,
The
kill
women
every woman
too.
that's laid with a man. We know God plays no games when it comes to
Mhm.
slaughtering people who are wicked.
Yes.
But that we also know that when a debt is owed to us, there is an approach we take that is teaching. So that goes back to the culture conversation. When we talk about how the culture that we should bring to the table should be superior to their culture, it's that in the same way that I chastise, you know how they treat us like children? They are really the children in this situation, and we don't understand that we need to lead them to someplace better. So when I chastise my child, I may lay my hands on you, because he that spareth the rod hates his child. That is both for your literal child, like the child you birth, and the child that you are birthing spiritually. So I might lay hands on you because I need to let you know the power dynamic in this situation, and I love you, so I'm putting my hands on you. But the Bible also says, right, that provoke not your children to wrath. So if I'm taking the spiritual parental position over a nation of people, then I need to not spare the rod and I need to not provoke my children to wrath. My justice needs to be, and my correction needs to be in such a way that they are corrected and not provoked to wrath, which means that I got to be careful about how I move and I have to be strategic about how I move. This is not to negate the punishment. This is not to negate the correction, but this is to make sure that when I correct, it's true correction and it's not like seeding in them some sort of deep seated hatred or wrath against me as their spiritual parent. So I think we're all on the same page, but I think we have to remember that, like with the Lord, there's like a middle ground, right? Because in the same way that God would want none to perish, that should be our heart too, right? Is I don't want to do this to you, but if we have to do it, I'm going to do it, right?
But what's in it for us?
Well, what's in it for us is, again, going back to that change of culture, that change of leadership, right? So that we see the debaucherous way that the world is being led. We see the unfair way. We see the injustice in it. We see the violence, the unjust violence, because violence in and of itself is not wrong. But there is a just, right? There's a just anger and there's unjust anger. So we see that they move in unjust ways. So the goal would be that we bring forth, like I said, that we become the parents in this relationship. Okay, you've tried leadership. Clearly, you don't know what to do with it. You're like a 3-year-old running around the planet, right?
So now
Oh,
I'm going to displace you, right? And I'm going to show you what this is. I'm going to put you, since you want to act like a toddler, I'm going to put you in a toddler's place. And now I'm going to show you the proper way that this is done. But then that goes back into, and I think we're all in agreement, not adopting their ways. And can I just touch on two more things? So when I think O'Shea Lennox was on the right track when he said, we think about I in a marriage when it comes to, I think a woman should have her own money, right? But I think a middle ground between what you are saying, what Cass is saying is this, which is that even in scripture, even when we get into scripture, women earn money. When the Bible talks about who can find, right? When the Bible talks about who can find a wife because her worth is more precious than jewels, than rubies, than all of these things. It goes on to talk about this woman who is wholly on the grind. She wakes up before everybody. She's off selling precious fabrics. She's doing this and that. She's on the grind. She's making her money. She's on her hustle, right? But she does all this for her household. All of the moves that she makes are for her household. So I think we have to pair with when you marry, when you are thinking about coming into a union with somebody, the man is the major provider. And like I said in my other thing, it's nice to have money to get your partner a gift, to get your husband a gift, and that gift not be like, I literally am spending the money that you earned. That is a beautiful feeling. It's nice to be able to provide for people in your household, give them things to show your love for them, and bring things to the household that are not directly provided by your man. But in that same breath, you guys are one unit. So which his is yours and what's yours is his. And I think because we don't view marriage as permanent, because so many marriages fail because of the fact that people don't take it seriously and they don't consider these unions before they enter them, myself included, right? Because a lot of us were not taught better. But
question.
when we know better, we enter these unions and we recognize that this is a union where we are the same, where I love you like my own flesh, you love me like your own flesh. Therefore, everything that we have is us. And but you can still individually as a woman bring stuff to the table monetarily, right? But your monetary contribution is not what sustains your household. Your monetary contribution is because as a woman you are your spectrum of what you can accomplish is so immense that you would never sit idle. So you're naturally going to be bringing things to the table, not because they're needed, but because that is just who you are. That is just part of your excellence as a woman. And then that is a good woman. So I think there's a middle ground between where Cass stood and where O'Shea Lennox stood. I'm sorry, brother. What were you saying?
Is that new age what you're saying? I mean, respectfully.
No, that's biblical. I just quoted Psalms.
Oh,
Hey,
really?
I'm
Yeah,
not.
I just quoted Psalms. Yeah, I was talking about the woman in Psalms. That's what she did.
Pretty
Can I
good.
act on this little point?
Yeah,
Pretty good.
that's what I can read the scripture for you. That's literally when it says, "Who can find a virtuous woman? Her price is more precious than rubies, more valuable than." When that song goes on, it talks about that woman being entrepreneurial. She wakes up ahead of her household. She clothes her home, her family in precious fabrics and linens. She goes out to the market and she sells the things that she makes. That's Psalms.
That makes me say,
Proverbs 31,
Oh,
starting at
Proverbs. Thank you. So I apologize. It was Proverbs. Thank you.
yeah.
okay, hmm pretty good.
And
My
that's
head
a
is
godly
my
woman.
head is swimming.
That's a godly woman, a virtuous woman. And to me, a lot of men, they do not want to be men. Men are there to protect, provide, and lead. They do not want to take that position. And you cannot expect a woman to position herself where she should follow behind a man who's just not behaving like a man. I had this talk with my son, my teenage son. These are the things that a man is to do. What's the purpose of having a man around if he doesn't protect, provide, and lead? When somebody trying to break in your house, you got to get up and protect the family. You got to figure all things out by yourself to lead the family and see how you're going to pay bills, how you're going to whatever. You have to provide for the family. What's his purpose?
Miss, may I interject something on that? Ask
Yes.
a question. And it's also a statement. Look, Why are you even dealing with a man like that?
Because that's pretty much that's 90% what's available to women today.
See, there you go with the see,
No, 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 no. That's fair. That's a fair statement. Most people, and I said this, but most men and women are not marriageable. And
exactly.
I think that we have to recognize that most men and women are not worth your time. You being attracted to somebody or them having money does not make them a good partner. And I think we just need to reconcile our minds to the fact that 9 times out of 10, when you meet somebody, they're going to be useless. They're not going to be a
The,
person that you can pair with.
Mhm.
is,
You're going to
is this
go
being
ahead and pass on by them
is
because
the
they're no.
argument is the argument being considered the pressure that we are all under? Why you make that argument?
No, because at the end of the day, a person that has integrity and is a good person is going to have integrity and be a good person in all situations. In fact, I would say that under pressure, under the most negative circumstances, that's when you meet real people. That's when you get to know the real them, right? When we are pressed up against the wall and we have nothing and we're under pressure and things are tight, that's when I meet your real person.
Mhm.
When everything's lolly and great and amazing, you can get the best out of somebody. But I know a lot of people who turn into ugly people when things get tight. So I feel like you need the real
I got a
person
good
that
woman. Rent's not getting paid. What I'm gonna do? I got a good woman. Rent's not getting paid. What I'm gonna do? I'm just putting you under pressure as a scenario.
what did you say? I'm sorry.
I got a good woman. Rent's not getting paid. What do I do? So I
You
mean,
pay the rent. You pay the rent. What are you saying right now? Because
okay, okay.
the Bible says a man who cannot take care of his own household or his own family is worse than an infidel. If we're
Really?
talking from scripture. So while the virtuous woman is out doing what she does just because she's amazing and virtuous, the man who is incapable of taking care of his own household is worse than an infidel. So
So respectfully, am I? Well, are we ignoring the elephant in the room, which is the constant pressure that we're under? I mean,
No, that's an excuse.
but you know what? We should be at our greatest under pressure. I know me personally, I am my best under pressure. If you want to see me produce, I will produce under pressure. Like the
I
minute
believe
the
you.
pressure is on, I start making moves. I start to not know myself. You should be your best under pressure because a person who's not good under pressure is a person I would never want to be in a war with. I would never
Okay.
want to be in any dirt with you. I would never want to be in a tight position with you because if you fold under pressure, if you are weak under pressure, then you are useless. Everybody is good in the best of circumstances. Everybody
Mm-hmm.
is good under the best of circumstances. Very few people are good under pressure.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Dude,
good under
you
pressure. I'm good
ask
under
that
pressure.
So I
question.
got a couple of questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dude,
So there's a couple of questions. Like for the past hour or 45 minutes, I've heard what these guys should do. Okay, so I've heard that. So here's my question now. When the children are not educated, when the children are not as they should be, is that the male's fault as well?
Partially
Yes.
because
yeah, yeah,
Riley Vet is
yeah.
educating her own children. She's educating her own children.
I homeschooled as well.
Bam.
I homeschool
Seems like you guys are
and
not
I teach
answering my question.
and I teach almost 100 homeschool children. So I homeschool my children and I teach almost 100 of other people's children that are homeschooled. And I will say this, it is still the man's fault because at the end of the day, women should not be running a household. They should not be running a family. Women are the managers, right? And men are the owners, right? So as the owner, you need to make sure that your manager is doing her job in the same way that it's my fault if my children, so if my children tear up the house, if my children start to act a fool, if my children are out in public acting retarded, do you know whose fault it is? It's my fault. It's my fault as their mother. Are they responsible for their own behavior? Absolutely. But who is responsible for their behavior even over them? Me. And so if Mr. comes to me and says, look, Irene, this is not done, that's not done, so and so didn't clean their room. What he says to me is, you go have them do that. That's what he says. He doesn't say, why didn't so and so do this? They say, why didn't he says, why didn't you have them do this? Why didn't Why don't you go down there and tell them to be quiet? Why don't you go down there and tell them to do this? So he directs it at me. And then I go to the child and I say, okay, I've been held accountable for failing to have you be held accountable. So now I'm holding you accountable. You get on your job. And then Mr. tells me to get on his job. The problem with men is that the only person that can tell you to get on your job is God. I can't tell you to get on your job because you're at the top of the totem pole only underneath the Lord. So you need to be on your job and everything becomes your fault. Absolutely. If I'm not in order, it's because you didn't put me in order. Just like if my children aren't in order, you're going to be looking at me crazy like, mother, why are your children out of order? Man, why is your woman out of order? It's your fault. And I don't, honestly, I do not begrudge the fact that I understand men really struggle, especially in today's society of equality, to understand that you have the greatest responsibility, you have the greatest accountability as men. I know
Okay.
that's
Now,
a comfortable position to be in, but it is what it is, and it will not change. Just like I have a greater accountability than my child. Just
o-
period. It doesn't make them not accountable for their behavior, but it makes me more accountable for their behavior. So yes, it all falls to the man, whether y'all like it or not. It just is what it is. That's what, to wear the crown. That it says the head is heavy that wears the crown. The head is heavy that wears the crown. Put your crown on. Your head's going to be heavy. Your neck's going to be tired. But you know what? That's what it takes to wear the crown.
And again,
okay.
the
So
Bible
then my
says,
second
brace
question is,
yourself like a man.
yeah, you,
A woman is not a man. Brace yourself like a man. God wants you to be strong. He wants you to be mentally strong. You are a provider, a protector, and a leader. And when you get there, your women will naturally subject to you because you have the character of a man.
okay. So then my second question, Irene, based on what you said, is that happens. He goes to this person, the wife, and he says, you make sure these children are educated. And of course, because time has to happen, it takes this time before the man sees that the children are not educated, the children are failing. So, what is he to do after this year has passed and these children are failing? What is he to do then?
Well, you need to discuss that with another man whose children are succeeding because I can't answer that. Like, I'm going to keep it
Okay.
real. Like, some of these questions, like, as a woman, some of these questions I can answer, but I think this is why this goes back to when I said men need to correct and rear other men, right? I can't correct and rear a man. I can only correct and rear women. I can only speak to what I expect of my leadership as a woman, right? I know what I need my boss to do so that I can facilitate my work. I know the tools I need to do my job. Boss, can you give me my job? But then when it comes to conversations amongst men who are successful in those things, then that is their position to be like, okay, you see that I know how to run my household. You see my woman is in check, my daughters are in check, my sons are in check. I'm going to tell you how to get it right as a man. And I think so many conversations and that's why you guys on my channel, y'all see I don't correct men. Now, that's not to say I don't address issues, right, with men, but I don't try to correct them. I don't try to tell them what they ought to be doing. And the same, but when I talk to women, and a lot of women have this problem with me, I will correct us because I know what it means to be a mother. Right. I know what it means to do that successfully. So there's a limit to my conversation to a man as a woman. And in the same way, there are some things because there's a limit to my conversation, then it's for you guys to get together and to start having conversations about what it takes to be successful in getting a woman to submit to you, what it takes to be successful as a father and a husband. What do you do when money is tight? Like, dude, how did you make it? I have an uncle, his family didn't see him 6 days out of the week because he ran a business and worked a job. Right? He ran a business and worked a job. That's the man you go to. Okay, so I see money is tight. My family's about to be homeless, or I'm having trouble making bills meet. what did you do, brother? And he could say, okay, I'm putting 2 kids through college. I'm doing this and that. This is the blueprint that I use. And then he can talk to you about the struggles that come with that, the feelings that come with that. Like as a mother, when I talk to other women, I talk to other women about how you love your kids so much, but sometimes, like, honestly, you want to throw them out a freaking window. Sometimes it's like, dude, you are getting on my nerves. So then how do you not say to your child, you're getting on my nerves? Because that's not healthy. So then what is the correct approach to take? A woman was asking me, like, how do I engage in self-care? How do I make sure that I'm still beautiful and kept up both for myself and my husband? Because I'm finding it hard to do with 2 little children. As a woman, I can tell her, because I've experienced that as a mother of many children, as a woman who has been a mother for 25 going on 26 years, I can tell her what I've learned as a woman. That's why it says older women teach the younger women to love their husbands and to love their children, because that doesn't come naturally. So we're taught to teach younger women that. In the same way, men have to teach each other. And I think that should be intuitive in us, to be leaders and to seek the leadership of people who know better than us.
And,
All
and
right.
let me add
So
in there, sir. And let me add in there. It
is
sounds
this
like
going
a
to be about my
man.
question? Is this
Yeah,
going to be about my question?
yes.
Okay.
It sounds like a man who may be in a position where his family has no respect for him whatsoever. And our community, we really don't do. We just starting to get into therapy and stuff like that. Maybe you can sit down with your family if you're in that kind of position as a man. I'm not giving advice. I'm just saying what I think. You can sit down with your family and break down barriers. Explain to your wife, I'm trying, and get to her eyesight and talk to her and make her know you're trying and you need her. Just talk to your kids, look them in the eyes, make them know you love them and you want the best for them. Get some therapy. You don't
Okay.
have to throw it
So
away.
with all right. So with that said, this is what I see from the guy's standpoint. So I'll agree with I'll meet halfway because it's all about being agreeable, even when you disagree. I agree with the part on it's guy's responsibility to do a lot of vetting from the dating level of the people that you're going to quote unquote partner with, and to always consider it a partnership. And I'll agree with Irene in that, yes, it's the man's responsibility to know who he's about to partner with and to what level that they are a partner. So I'll give you credit on that. I will say this though, for those during the hour who have felt that uh, it's the man's responsibility um, when we're in a society where ladies run to the government to try to make the man subdue. When ladies, 80% of them tend to do some of these things in an effort to get control of these children in a way where the children are puppies, and then when the children become older, they just throw their hands off of them and throw them out to the streets or to the college, or just let the world have them. That then I will agree with Irene again. It's about telling women what they need to do on that level. We have so many damaged children. I just want to speak about the children for a second. We have so many damaged children because we do have these government loopholes where many of our ladies are weaponizing that to get some type of leverage so that she can enjoy the children for the good time. But
Not
then the
most.
children,
Not most.
I didn't interrupt. But then the children are not necessarily developed, and we see that out in the streets. So while we do critique men to a degree, and to Irene's credit, she does speak to women and what they should do. We do have to understand that for those people who solely blame the guy in how the children end up robbing and kicking in our doors and stealing from old ladies, we have to also have that same energy. Please keep that same energy for the lady who went to the government to get control of the children. And I'll go back to being quiet.
Well, then I say go ahead and if you take control of the government, do you see what I'm saying? Like, who has control of the government? White men. They have control of the government. And they let their women go ahead and act a fool. And then they allow their women to pass because they're allowing it. Because because 80%, 70 something percent of representatives are white men. So then if we have a problem with how the system is working, this goes back to my original point, and everything leads back to revolution, right? Then you need to be in control of those systems. And that solves your whole problem. The women can't do anything. If you're in control of the system, then you can decide that that's not how the system's working. But as long as they are deciding how the system is working and they make up the majority of people who make the laws and regulations that pertain to these issues, then that is your problem. That is my problem. That is our collective problem. So a lot of these things, and that's why I say, I have these conversations, like on a side note, not because I personally think that these conversations are relevant. I only think they're relevant to the point that if we really start to talk about the idiosyncrasies of the things and the problems that we're having, if we get into the minutia of it, it all comes back to revolution, right? If we don't like how the court system is working, then why do you have 70 something percent of the representatives as white men? Because they're the ones who allow the court system to work this way. So if you displace them, then the court system will work the way that you want it to work, right? It'll be ordered the way that we want it to be ordered. So I think then at that point, the problem is not the women. The problem is the people that enable, right? Who enable it. So if I have a child that is unruly in the house because I have a mother or I have a father that refuses to ever punish that child, the problem is not the child. The problem is the person who doesn't know how to correct the system. So then in that case, we correct the system. And if we correct the system, then we know that the child will then be orderly because the system does not leave room for them to be unorderly. So if we see disorder in our community, then the question is, what is enabling this disorder? And then we address the enabler of the disorder, because as long as the enabler has control to enable disorder, then we will see disorder present, right? Because at the end of the day, you know how a little kid knows if mommy won't give it to him, daddy will, or if daddy won't give it to him, mommy will. Well, then until you get daddy or mommy or whoever it is that keeps enabling this child that doesn't know how to act, then until you get them in check, then the child will never act right. So then that goes to the authority. And that's why I said all of these conversations that we have within the community, it all leads back to the same road, and that was revolution. And that's why you guys have to turn any conversation into a revolutionary talk. Because at the end of the day, we're going to have to reconcile our minds to the fact that all these problems come down to our lack of control in this society. If we had control, we can control these systems that are causing these problems and then problem solved, right? But the reason we don't want to take that route is because it's easier for us to talk about what I'm doing or what you're doing. It's easier for us to do that, for us to come for each other than it is for us to come for the people who truly have control over these systems that enable the behaviors that we are complaining about. We have removed the enabler, we control the behavior. And so we have to recognize that, like at the end of the day, we need to have control over these systems. And if we don't want to have control over these systems, then me, nor you, nor anybody else is going to have carte blanche to then complain about it, because you didn't want to usurp the person that is enabling these things, right? But I also want to go to the NFAC guy. I have a whole thing on NFAC. That little joker talking about DM me if you want to be a part of our coalition. He is a whole joke and a fraud. He is a whole joke and a fraud. And I can guarantee you guys this. I will guarantee you this. Anybody who is serious about revolution, they are not recruiting and advertising on freaking Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or otherwise. They are not recruiting there. Because the main thing that any true revolutionary knows is that our revolutions have always been usurped because of the fact that we are far too visible. The Black Panthers were usurped at their inception. Their first guns came from the FBI because they were too visible. And I promise you, the next revolutionary wave that you see will not be advertised on social media. That guy is a whole joke with his mask and his jokes. Go back to the little video I made about him. Oh, I did a whole splice of his retardation. So as far as him being jailed, they jailed him to give him street credit because nobody was buying his BS. Because enough people weren't on his bandwagon. And they thought by arresting him, they were giving him some street credit. I have more respect for these people, these little white high people up in Oregon that made an autonomous zone where they were physically kicking cops in the back and ran them out of their area than I do for this Black man who has never done anything but act legally under a legal system and broken no laws, I have more respect for them than I do for him.
Why
You
is
guys,
he in jail then? If he did everything legally.
he isn't, because they wanted to give him street cred. They're claiming they arrested him for doing during a legal protest for which everything that they did was legal, all firearms were legal, everything he did was legal, that he waved his gun. And so they arrested him for that. But see, for those of us who saw through his bullshit, arresting him gives him street credibility because now everybody's like, oh my gosh, he's been arrested. See, he's the truth. He's the truth. He's been arrested. This is a man that said, if you are down for the cause, to DM me in a public social media platform that every government agency has access to, and let me know that you have guns and you're willing to be about that. No real revolutionary would ever use a medium like that to have you out yourself. This man is creating a list. He is creating a list, and I promise you, he is in cahoots with the government. He is creating a list, and check it twice, of all of you who are searching for leadership. But let me tell you something. When the revolution comes down, recognize it is not about one person, and it's not going to be advertised like that. The leadership that those people who are true about revolution are going to instill in you is going to be a mental revolution, so that when we roll through your neighborhood, you will join us. That is how revolutions happen. So when the pressure is put on, you will come to the streets because your mind will be right. Nobody's going to ask you to DM them on Twitter. Nobody would ever risk your livelihood, risk you getting caught up, or risk us getting caught up. Risk revolutionaries getting caught up and their system being infiltrated by blasting stuff over on social media, talking about, I'm going to email you. This is what this dude says. I'm going to email you when and where we're going to be. Nah, no revolutionary is about to email you crap. Until I know every member of your family so that you know that I will dead those people, if you play with me, you will never know what I'm going to do or where I'm going to be. That is how revolutionary moves. Until I am able to put hands on somebody that you gave birth to, put hands on somebody that you love and care for, you will never know anything. Because that's the only way we'll keep control over people moving forward when we talk about revolutionary action. And anything less than that is suspect. This dude is wholly suspect to me, but I made a whole video on him. I didn't call it NFAC this and that. I called it some obscure stuff, but I literally went in on him, and I went in on his talking points, and I used little clips of him, and he is a whole freaking joke. He is a clown out here. And do
I
not
have a question for you, by the way.
him. Don't be fooled by the fact that they arrested him, because there are many clowns that they have arrested so that they could infiltrate real movements, but he'll never infiltrate any real revolution, I promise you. He will get a lot of people caught up though.
So how do it will the revolution include non-black people?
No, it will not.
We're not going to have to work with them in any kinds of ways.
This is what I'll say. It will not include non-black people, because a conversation I had recently is when we talk about non-black allies, right? And this is a dicey conversation. Sin, Nyla, and I had this on the channel, and Michi X and I were really supposed to have this conversation on the channel. Michi X and I were really supposed to have this conversation on the channel, but not only will it not include white people, those of us who have ties that are too close to white people, there will be a limit to your involvement as well, my involvement as well. We will not be able to have
interesting. Like
absolutely, because you know what? Because you cannot play. Everything we have ever done has been subverted. Everything we have ever done has been subverted and infiltrated. And you have to keep ranks very tight. So whereas I might, because everybody knows that I have mixed children, and I'm going to keep it 1,000% with you guys, like I'm not going to play. Whereas I might have jobs that I am capable of doing and things I am capable of knowing, I will never reach the highest echelons of any revolution. I cannot, because I'm compromised.
I want to wait. I want to say I'm proud of you for having that level of integrity that a lot of people don't. That's one reason why, even when you were still with old boy, I kind of defended you in some of the man spaces, only because I said this. You don't hear Irene, even though she's with old boy, talking anti-black.
Wait, I've
And
never since I've been on YouTube, we haven't been together though. Like
I
literally, this
thought
is
you
a
were
marriage.
with the
Yeah,
guy.
this is a marriage I had decades ago.
Nevertheless,
People talk about it
nevertheless,
like
my
it was
point.
recent, but this was several days. But still, it's still a compromise. Like it doesn't
Let
matter.
me just
You know
say.
what I
Let,
mean?
let me just say. When you first came around, let me put the timeline there. I said to people, people who date IR are different to me from swirlers. Swirlers are people who have to talk anti-black. IR people just happen to bump into somebody of a different culture, what have you, and it's up to them to have some level of integrity to still put the black agenda before themselves. So I just want to say on the statement that you just made, it's so original. I think it deserves an applause for someone to have that level of integrity about the cause and the mission. So applause to you for that.
Well, I
Can I say
appreciate that,
something?
but I'm
Hey,
just keeping it real because, and that's why I wanted to have this conversation with Michi as a mixed woman. And she agreed to have it with me, but she was in the middle of the Black Agenda tour. And let's just keep it real. You know, Michi and I, we run in the same circles. Like her children attend the Zayas Institute. I teach there. I've taught her children. So there's nothing but love there. You know what I mean? Nothing at all. She's like, I have nothing. But we were supposed to have this conversation, and like there's a lot of real conversations that I have like on my members page that I don't have out here in public. But the thing is, when it comes to that group of individuals, I can't tell you guys what to do. I will just tell you to tread lightly. And I will say that you guys, if you don't get any vibe from me, if you don't get any vibe from me at all, just know that I shoot straight. I shoot straight about myself. I shoot straight about our community. I don't play around with those kind of things. And people who know me personally know that they can trust me. I've definitely had people come to me and say everybody's on a hustle and you're not on a hustle. That's not what I'm about. I'm just telling you be careful with the not fucking around coalition. You be careful there because I know
Irene,
we're all looking for somebody to do work. We're all looking for somebody that is visible, but the movement is not that visible. We are not trying to be on the news. The movement is not trying, like, it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. Nobody wants attention shed on them because attention brings infiltration. And just remember that attention brings infiltration. There is nobody that the white media has ever peddled or promoted. There is nobody that they have ever put on their platforms that is about you. Not one individual. The minute they go mainstream, the minute you see them on mainstream news, you should know not to trust that. That's just my warning to you. But you guys do what you're going to do. Like everybody's going to do what they're going to do because I know everybody is desperate for a visual movement because we have been taught to be desperate for that. I am telling you, get your individual minds ready. Get yourselves ready to be on the right page.
quick question. Is Obama the same as the guy you're talking about?
Yes. I mean, Obama was trash though. So like, what can I say about him? He was like a
Okay.
whole trash bag.
Okay, I see.
Well, this makes sense, Irene. Can I jump in? Yeah, I wanted to ask you a certain point. I don't want you to beat me up though, because I know you're ready to go. So it's when you're talking about the government and usurping the government, right? I would say overtaking the government. I don't know how you. I think you expressed how you felt when you're talking about by force taking over the government, and we're talking about comparison with the Bible, right? I said it the other day, but it says it in like I know in the Old Testament, God was very vengeful, and He took revenge on a lot of people, souls that did not comply with His commands. But in the New Testament, He had a different attitude. Even when Jesus, um, I guess one of the disciples, I won't say guess, but I believe one of the disciples cut the soldier's ear off, right? And Jesus had a different attitude. He actually put the ear back on the soldiers that was being cut off. So his attitude was different about revenge. He said, "Vengeance is mine," saith the Lord. So when you look at a human revolution in America against, I'm just saying, blacks against Caucasians, which would make sense to your point to be covert with your plan, I mean, it doesn't make much sense to go to advertise your plan on how you're going to take over the government or to find your place in the government. But the point is that, do you see it as a sin? Because I know that you're a Christian, to
Yeah.
overthrow
So
the
first of
government
all,
with violence.
okay, so first of all, let's say this, right? I don't, I do not believe in blacks against whites. I don't believe about. I already explained earlier, like why I use the word white, right? Because the people that control the majority of things on the planet are white men. So it's not about every person with white skin. It's just stating a fact about who has control over the resources, the governments, the banks, etc. of the planet, right?
Right.
So I think first I wanna say that. Second of all, in addition to vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, right? Vengeance was the Lord's in the Old Testament too, because the Lord was the one that told people to go do X, Y, and Z. And the Bible also says that God never changes. He's the same today. He was the same yesterday as he is today, as he will be in the future. God does not change. And I think a lot of times a lot of people do this. They think there's a New Testament God and the Old Testament God. Like Old Testament God was, scary, killing people, right? New Testament God is like a hippie who's giving like hugs and loving people. And I have a whole video. It's unlisted, but for those of you who are present for it and have it saved to your playlist, it's called God is Not a Hippie. God is not a hippie. He's not a hippie. This is not peace and love, hugs and kisses. In fact, Jesus is going to come and murder a bunch of people. Like it's going to be all kinds of death and destruction. So God, even Christ is not a hippie, right? Christ said, I came not to bring peace but division, right? He came to bring a sword. So we have to understand scripture precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little. I'll say that. And God never changes. And so you said a human hand, but at the end of the day, when humans do God's will, that's God's hand. That's not a human hand, right? That's not a human hand. It's very few times in the Bible where God personally came down and did anything, right? He always used a human being. He was always like, you go do this. You go take care of that. And I also want to say that God is consistent about there are cultures of people. There are tribes of people who are wholly wicked. They're wholly wicked. And because they're wholly wicked, he has them annihilated. Now, what I will say, and I don't know if you were here for earlier parts of the conversation, is that this is tempered. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah. So earlier in the conversation, we were talking about how when we have these discussions are tempered, wherein you are never to become exactly like the people that are oppressing you. That is not the goal. So in any correction, it should be correction with love. And anything, we should do that with love. Our goal should be to exact any sort of correction without provoking our spiritual children to wrath. Because the Bible says, fathers, provoke not your children to wrath. And that's not just a physical father, right? For the children of their loins, but those are spiritual fathers as well. The Bible also says, he who spareth the rod hates his child. And if God is our example for everything, the Bible also says that who the Lord loves, he chastises. So chastisement is a form of love. Correction is a form of love. When you hate somebody, that's why it says, he who spareth the rod hate his child. He who spares the rod hurts. The rod is a physical punishment, hates his child. It's because it can only be a hateful person that will let somebody self-destruct. It's only a hateful person that will watch somebody be totally in the wrong and not correct them. Even if you have to snatch them to correct them. It's only a hateful person that will do that. But the tact in that, right? The finesse in that is that is done in a way that doesn't provoke them to wrath, which is why I don't promote race wars. I simply don't promote it. Although the people who are the biggest problem globally are white men, right? Those are the people with the most power. Those are people who run the banks. Those are the people who run the governments. Those are people who are doing most of the rape, pillaging, and killing. I recognize that it's a spirit, it's a culture that we're correcting. It's not a skin color that we're correcting. So that gets into like a whole, when we talk biblically, like a whole nother conversation. But this idea that Christians are to be peaceable, to go to what you were saying, God, when we talk about Christ, he had to be crucified for the prophecy to be fulfilled. So when his disciple went to stop him from crucifixion, he corrected him. He was like, no, lay down your sword. And he healed the man because everything that Christ done was for our teaching. It was for our teaching. And because the scripture needs to be fulfilled, Christ said that the scripture needs to be fulfilled. He said, have I not chosen 12 of you and one of you is a devil? He purposely chose a devil. He purposely chose Judas. So again, when we understand scripture, when we understand doctrine, we take it precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little. This will be a great conversation for our Bible battles, which are not
But
really battles, but they're biblical discussions.
understand that. But one of the things that you said, that God doesn't change, and I understand that. But at the same time, logically, there's a lot of things that change from the Old Testament into the New. For
No, 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 no,
example,
no, no, no. God, no, Jesus said, I came not to destroy or dispense with the law, but to fulfill it.
right,
Nothing
great.
changed. It
So
was
there's nothing
perfected. It was
correct.
perfected. It did not
Yes,
change.
as a correction, yes, it was perfected, but there were certain things to the human perception that were added, such as like for the Pharisees and Sadducees, where he said it's not that you sleep with a woman that's adultery. It's that if you also meditate in your mind to lust after that woman, he made it even more tough to be righteous. So what I'm saying is that there's a lot of things that were fulfilled as like between the Jews and the Gentiles. Um, with Paul, I mean, for the Gentiles to be able to be accepted as being a child of God, that wasn't the case in the Old Testament. Okay, I mean,
Well,
there
remember,
are differences
you
there.
mean as far as, okay, so when we talk about perfection of the law, this is, I'm glad you bring this up because it's such a good conversation, especially for those people that live under law. So for example, Sabbath, right?
Mm,
Or let's start with what you brought up. So circumcision, this was a big thing, right? Circumcision. The Bible is so freaking consistent, you guys. God is so consistent, it's out of control. So in the Old Testament, Moses
You're
said,
talking about
I
Old
would,
Testament, right?
so I'm going to go to the New Testament and the Old Testament. In the Old Testament, Moses said, I would rather that you be circumcised in your heart. He said, I would rather that you be circumcised in your heart. They were physically circumcising, and Moses stepped forward and he said, I would rather that you be circumcised in your heart. And then in the New Testament, that was perfected and brought back to light. In that circumcision was not that of the flesh, but the circumcision was of the heart, right? Same thing with an eye for an eye, turn the other cheek. I remember a debate between a Christian and a Jewish rabbi, right? So it's a Christian preacher and a Jewish rabbi. And the Jewish rabbi was like, why would you tell anybody to turn the other cheek? Blah, 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 blah. Like, you shouldn't turn the other cheek. Ah, da, da. Like, he was going off, right? That's like, it was eye for eye, right? Now, the Christian pastor didn't know his scripture. I have read in the Old Testament where it says, it is good that a man bear the yoke in his youth. If a man smites you on one cheek, it literally says turn the other cheek in the Old Testament. It says that. It is good for a man to bear the yoke in his youth. And then it says if a man smites you on one cheek, then you turn the other toward. Like, it says it in the Old Testament. This is why I wish we were doing a Bible. Like, I can give a chapter and verse for those of you who don't believe me. I'm happy to. I'm very good at quoting scriptures, but I'll pull the chapter and verses if you guys want me to. But if you just type that, it is good for a man to bear the yoke in his youth, you'll get the scripture. Just Google
yeah,
it.
yeah. To the
Well,
point,
But
to your point,
Let me
my
say
point,
something.
my
Hold on,
point
hold
is,
on.
all
my
right.
point in saying this is nothing ever changes. We still observe the Sabbath as Christians in the New Testament. A lot of people think the Sabbath has been dispensed with, but it has been perfected. So the Sabbath is on Saturday. It's from sundown Friday to sundown Saturday. Nothing has changed. But we are taught in the New Testament that being leavened is to be leavened with sin, and that we rest in Christ, who is our Sabbath every day. And to rest in Christ means that we rest from sin 7 days a week, not just one day. We rest from works of sin 7 days a week. So when we talk about the law, we could go through law by law. We can talk about all of the laws. There were hundreds of laws. We can go law by law, and the Bible is such a beautiful thing that if we were to take the time to go law by law, we will see that not one thing was dispensed with. Not one thing. It was deepened to a spiritual level, because we're taught to worship God in spirit and in truth, in spirit and in truth. And so the law was a schoolmaster to bring us to Christ, which was the perfection of the law, where we understand that we serve the Lord in spirit. And so nothing was changed. Nothing was changed. Nothing. Not one thing was ever changed. It was simply deepened to a spiritual level, which goes to what you were saying when we talk about adultery. We understood adultery in a carnal way, and then Christ taught us that adultery was deeper than that, than the thoughts of your heart, because the Bible says when lust has conceived, it brings forth sin. The Bible says when lust is conceived, it brings forth sin, and sin brings forth death. That is why Christ taught that to lust in your heart was to truly commit adultery, because your lust will conceive and it'll bring forth sin, and sin brings forth death. Adultery, the penalty for adultery in the Old Testament was death, right? A true death. So not a physical death. It was a physical death in the Old Testament, but we are told that hell is thrown into the lake of fire. So there's a spiritual death that is also a true death, right? This is the second death Revelation teaches us. But we could go super, super deep with this. But that's why I said, I'm glad you brought it up, because we could have like a whole conversation about, has God changed, and did anything, nothing has varied. Nothing has varied. And I think that's a big misconception about the Bible, is that anything has varied from the Old Testament. It's all exactly the same. It is just understood like an onion, right? You peel back the layers and the pungency gets stronger as you get to the core. But nothing is changed. It's still an onion. Everything is still the same. It's just the layers and the depth with which you're capable of understanding it. That's why the Bible says, when you were babes, I gave you milk, spiritual milk, right? But now that you're mature, I give you meat. So there's the milk version and there's the meat version, right? And so we're all trying to, if you love the Lord, right, we're all trying to work our way to that meat level of understanding. Me too. Like, I'm not at the meat level. I'm not saying I am, y'all. I'm saying we're all trying to work our way so we can have hard meat when it comes to understanding of scripture.
And can I say this real quick, added to what you were saying? I'm gonna say it real quick, that you were saying about turn the other cheek. That can go deeper as well, because naturally as humans, even animals were created, like even insects, down to insects. We all have natural defense mechanism we use. Like when somebody's attacking us or making us uncomfortable or we threaten, we automatically, if a person come up to you and slap you, you're gonna brace yourself and get ready to defend yourself. It's natural. You're not going to stand there and just let it happen. You're just not. I don't care how afraid you get. You're going to either run, flight, or fight, but you're not going to stand there and just allow it, okay? Because that's not how we are built. That's not how we're made. So with that being said, when the scriptures say turn the other cheek, if somebody slap you, turn the other cheek, that can go deep, and that can mean, as believers, we first seek peace before all things. We try to be peaceful with people. And if we cannot have peace, we move along. But if that person is following you and all of that stuff, what are you to do? You're going to defend yourself and your family. That's all to it. You're not going to let this person kill you and your family and children. It's not going to happen. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody asked, is everybody
Irene?
here Christian? And I'm sorry, I'll let you speak. Somebody asked, is everybody here Christian? No, everybody here is not Christian. My channel is very diverse, and honestly, for many people, even some of the content creators that I work with, I'm really the only Christian that they'll flex with.
I'm not a Christian.
So everybody
I don't call myself Christian.
Yeah, everybody here is not Christian. Everybody here has very diverse beliefs. But, the truth is the truth, right? It speaks to everybody. And so people take what is for them and they leave what is not for them.
I'm a disciple
All
of
right,
Christ.
can I, Irene? Somebody post something. I don't know if you could post it. Cause you have this one. The guy said, wealthy firefighter said, Jesus was crucified in part because many believe he was trying to overthrow, I think, the early governments, and now y'all telling us that what we're supposed to do is do that too. I think that's what he said. I don't know what he mean by that question.
Okay. Well, first of all, can I address what B only said? Can we do a
Yeah.
Revelations discussion? I am not prepared to do I'm not prepared to do a Revelations discussion. There's parts of Revelations that I get kind of like, and then there's like Revelations is so far beyond me. Like when people say they understand Revelations, I'm like, really though? You really understand? Do you really understand Revelation? Like in real life? I think we could have a discussion. It would literally just be a discussion. It just would. Like I said, I'm like everybody else, where I'm navigating this path and growing on this path like with you guys. And so our discussions are just discussions, and that's literally all it would be, is a discussion, because Revelations it is so deep, right? And people make so many assumptions. And the Bible says those who teach have the greater condemnation. And so I just really want to toe that line. I would never want to have a conversation about something I don't fully understand. So we could talk about it, but we would talk about it with the understanding that none of us understands it, right? That's like, otherwise I kind of just leave Revelations alone. But what were you, okay, so to go back to what you were saying
The
with
wealthy firefighter said, I don't know if
Mhm.
he posted, what he talk about Jesus and supposed to do. I think that's a question.
What did you say?
His name is Wealthy Firefighter. His question
Mm-hmm.
as Jesus was crucified. Can you find that?
Mm-hmm. He
Post
was
that up.
crucified, but what about it?
I guess he feels that because Jesus failed, that people today are going to do something that was never ever done in history. I think that's what the question he's trying to derive of.
I was pointing out how heretical it was to use the Bible to call for a revolution.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible is a revolutionary text. So Jesus died. So first of all, the crucifixion of Jesus was for our sins. The Bible says that without the shedding of blood, there is no remission of sins. So in the Old Testament, they had to they had to engage in ritual sacrifice often, right, for the remission of sins. Jesus was literally crucified for the permanent remission of sins and to dispense with the yearly sacrifices that went on. Is it heretical to call for revolution from the Bible? Well, I don't know, because when Jesus talked to the soldiers, when they asked what they needed to do, he said, "Harm no man." When you say harm no man, so in the same sentence where he said, "Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's," when he was talking about money, he said, "Harm no man" to the soldiers. So if a soldier is in the middle of the war and the commandment is to harm no man, is that not a revolutionary action? Like, how do you be a soldier but you can't harm anybody? Right? The Bible is revolutionary in its very nature. It's revolutionary to wickedness, right? It's everything about the Bible is revolutionary. These ideas of male headship and the only person being over a man is God. That's a revolutionary idea in today's society. In today's society, women and men are supposed to be exactly the same. Everything about scripture is revolutionary, especially at this point in society. Now, to take this a step deeper, when we talk about revolution, we know that the world's going to hell in a handbasket. But that doesn't stop us from talking about what we ought to be attempting to accomplish. Because as we move in righteous ways, it is not because we don't recognize what is approaching. It's because we hope to win souls through our action. So I think I have these conversations because if we talk about revolution, I'm talking about a cultural revolution. I've said that many times. But it's not about skin, it's about culture. It's about the wickedness of the age. It's about that correction. That's something we should strive for. We should strive for holiness. And yes, we fight for that. So no, I don't think it's heretical. I don't. Just like it won't be heretical when a bunch of people get slaughtered for not choosing that route. Like that's the end of the story, right? The end of the story is that there's going to be blood everywhere. I mean, y'all want to talk about Revelation? Is that not the end of things? People are going to be wanting to die and they're not going to be capable. They're going to be attempting suicide and they're not going to succeed because they're going to be handled. Their death is not going to be on their own terms. So, I mean, you tell me. Like I said, I think the problem is in modern Christianity, we keep painting the Bible as some sort of love story where everybody hugs each other and gives each other kisses and just accepts everything. And that's like in no way, shape, or form what the Bible talks about. These are just the pieces of the Bible that people fixate on. So I don't think it is, but at the end of the day, God knows each of our hearts and he's going to judge me just like he judges you. So there you go.
And I'm gonna say this, and since we're talking about the Bible, it goes really deep when we include the Bible into it because it gets really deep spiritually. And when I asked you the question earlier, will white people be a part of the revolutionary? And it applies to that too. Like God can use your enemies and make them your stepping stools. So He can use whites and whomever else to be for you as a stepping stone. He can. Our God is powerful. He can make our enemies into. See, I pray for my enemies because God will make them my stepping stone. I don't fuss with my enemies. I try not to draw my sword. I'm practicing every day, but I don't usually fuss with them. I pray for them because God will make your enemies your stepping stone. And I ain't talking. I'm talking when I say pray for them. It's a deal with my enemies so they can see themselves and things like that, and God will make your enemies your stepping stone. He can put people in the midst where He can use them for our better. You understand what I'm saying? And they may not be of us. So it goes deep when we start talking about spiritual stuff. Go ahead. Somebody was
Okay.
like,
I did have a question for Irene when you were talking about another topic. Now you answered the first one, and I get your point. So you don't believe
okay,
in
I'm gonna just say this. Good night. Thank you for
physical.
letting me on the panel, Irene. All right.
I was
Thank you
wondering.
for coming in.
I want. Can I speak, or Irene, do you
Yeah,
talking?
I just was saying bye to her. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So the thing is that I wanted to bring up is with your children. When you're talking about the color of your children being mixed, I know we're coming into a part of America or the society where we're dealing with like segmenting again between the difference between mixed and what a black person really is. With the fact that your children being mixed, again, I know you stated it before. Do you consider them as being black, or you just keep them as mixed, or do we have this big separation here? What's the deal? Someone comes into leadership and they are mixed, and they said that they're for the black cause, African American cause. Would you consider that, or are we gonna stick with arguing about hey, well, you're black and white too, you're not really black? I mean, it's just confusing after a while.
So I don't consider mixed people black. And actually, I have a vlog channel for those of you guys who don't know that's really small.
It sounds like you're
Mostly
talking
because,
through like a pipe. What's
oh,
going
I
on
am.
right there?
Okay, hold on. This
Yeah,
keeps
if you're still
wait,
breaking,
wait,
Irene,
wait, wait,
you're
wait,
away from the mic. Come closer. Come closer.
no, wait.
Okay, as you come back, make sure you like the stream. I'm not a Bible person per se. I have one, haven't really took time to read it, but like I said, if people want to use this
Okay,
book, they better use
okay.
it to
How
the
is
full advantage.
that
Okay,
better?
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So, for those of you who don't know, I have a very small channel, which is my vlog channel, because so many people, I think they wonder, do I live my life exactly the way that I talk? Am I being fake? So I started a channel where like maybe once a month, if you're lucky, or once every 2 months, I post something that has to do with my family, but I actually have a conversation on there with my youngest daughters about the dynamics of race, right? And so I believe that mixed people are mixed. I don't consider them Black. Now, this goes into, I have a video on this channel called, Science Says Racists Are Stupid. And I talk about how the idea of race is repulsive to me because it was created by white people to elevate themselves. So I have these conversations about race, not because I acquiesce to the idea of race, but because society works on the ideology of race, right? So I hope that that distinction is clear. My personal opinion varies from how society operates, but I have my conversations based on the reality for society, not based on my ideologies, okay? So I do consider mixed people mixed, and I've made many videos of why I think it's necessary to make that delineation in the current environment. Now, with that said, right, do I think we need to get caught up in minutia? I do, to an extent. I do. And the reason is because, I have one of my best friends, right? He and I get in arguments all the time about, is it race or is it class, right?
Okay.
Is it race or is it class? And when all of the people of a certain class look a certain way, then I no longer can say that it's class. So I think we do have to have important discussions around that. Also, when I see barbarianism shrouded in the replacement of Black peoples by people who are practically white, then that, or are totally white, that becomes problematic. And I have a series on this channel called the Mixed Race Rabbit Hole, where I think it's 3 videos that I've done on the mixed race rabbit hole, and I talk to why I feel that way. So I don't know if that addresses your question, but
Yeah, well, it's just to a straight question is that now let's just say we have a mixed person as wanting to be a leader for the Black community. Do we have this debate, or do we
they can't
are
be
they
a leader. No mixed person could be a leader for the Black community. A mixed person cannot lead the Black community anywhere.
so their
And I'll
debate
tell
is my father's Black. How can you tell me not that I
you,
can't?
okay, so the reason I feel, okay, this is really interesting. So um, here's something you guys don't know. Uh, so my children attend Ziax. It's an all-Black school. And overwhelmingly, mixed children are not allowed at that school, but my children attend, right? So I was in a conversation with Mr. He works exclusively with Black youth and Black adults in college. And so I was speaking at um, one of his classes, and I was having his students come over and audit my students that I teach over at Science. And one of the students said, one day I'm going to have mixed kids. Could my children attend this school? And I said, absolutely not. Your children could not attend this school. But you know why? Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, because you're asking that question. Because you don't understand the compromise of your children coming to a school when a white woman birthed them out of her vaginal canal, right? That you don't understand coming to a school where we are unapologetically Black, where you can hear a 12-year-old child talking about the necessity to physically dispense with certain people because of their mindset, right? When we have honest conversations about race, that's very difficult. The father of my children knows what goes on at the Institute, and he knows he cannot be involved in any way, shape, or form. He doesn't talk to the teachers. Anything he wants to know is filtered through me. Everybody is not capable of having that relationship with their white partner, right? So my children have a white father who knows his place. and I know my place. But most people who are either mixed children or who, like my children, know their place. They know that they are mixed. They know that society views them as Black, and they know that their allegiance is first and foremost to the Black community above all else. They know that. You can hear my children say that in their own words in my video when my daughters talk about race, because I've instilled that in them. I don't know that you did that, right? How I move is not how the majority of people who have mixed children move. The majority of our people are self-hating, and they date out because they don't like Black men or they don't like Black women. So then you are a problem to me. You are a problem to us. And so no matter what I think of myself and what I know about myself, I fall back because you have to fall back. Because you are unreliable, I therefore place myself next to you, and we all will fall back together. Because if I truly love the Black community, I know that I might have to fall back because my pride comes secondary to our progress. My pride as an individual Black woman, or your pride as an individual Black woman or man, comes second to our collective progress, period. And the minute anybody expresses anything that shows that they do not understand that, it is a problem.
But I
And
think that's so.
because I
I
see
think that's
so
very
many
interesting.
people, because I
Wait,
see so many people who have that
Right.
problem, that's why we have to have a rule across the board. I might be able to guarantee what goes on in my house, but I can't guarantee that across the board. So the rule must be uniform for us all. This is a real ass conversation that we have to have in the Black community, because many of us have white people in our family. Many of us have white parents, white grandparents, white uncles, white aunts. I do. Many people in the Black community do this. Society is very integrated. But more importantly, if white people truly love you and your Black side, and if you love you and your Blackness, then you will recognize that you are secondary to the collective, period.
Right,
You
and
are secondary to
I
the
agree.
collective.
I agree to that standard, but at the same time, on the flip side, I see that mixed people could speak for Caucasians. They do all the
but I
time, and I've grew up and I've seen this.
But
So
Caucasians don't expect that. They don't all the time.
because
Caucasians in no way, shape, or form consider mixed people white. So mixed people don't speak for Caucasians. Caucasians don't accept them to speak for Caucasians. But mixed people do speak for Black people. And we do accept them as people speaking for Black people. Yes, Cassandra, technically biracial children do, but only mine. Only mine. And that is an exception that's made. And that's difficult for me to deal with. But here's the thing. Brother Q knows me. And he knows my household, and he knows my man. And he knows my heart, as many of you do. What I present here on YouTube, that is exactly who I am. And every parent whose child I teach, my sessions are recorded. Everybody who knows me intimately, those of you who have my number and call me, you guys know exactly who I am. There's no bullshit about me. But I mean, yeah, I'm conflicted about that. But I mean, it is what it is. At the end of the day, whatever I would have to sacrifice to make it uniform so that others in my position would be able to make that sacrifice, that is exactly what I would do. My question is, regardless of if you are mixed or wholly Black or in an interracial relationship or not, are you all willing to make that same sacrifice? Because that's what it's going to take for our community to progress. We have to be secondary to the overall cause. We have to be. There is no room for haughtiness.
So am I self-hating for
well,
dating another race, or I'm
I
just
don't
saying?
care who you date. I mean,
Okay, so
me personally, I don't care.
but
You could be
what I'm
self-hating. It depends on your motivation, right? Everybody's
okay,
motivation is different.
all
So it
right.
depends on your motivation. If your motivation is, I don't like Black women are trash,
Oh, I
or I
get
don't
you.
like Black men, you know what I
All
mean?
right,
Then yeah,
yeah.
obviously that's very self-hating.
Yeah,
If
that's
it's
not
I
me.
don't want my kids to have dark skin, but I mean, obviously, all of us don't do anything for any singular. We might all eat a hamburger, but we may not all do it for the same reason. I might do it because that's the only thing I can afford to buy. You might do it because you love hamburgers, right? The next person might do it because they have 6 people to feed and that's the best deal in town. So we can all engage in a similar action for different reasons. I personally don't care who anybody dates. It's irrelevant to me. Marry who you want to marry. Choose who you want to. It's irrelevant to me. But when we start coming into Black discussions in this current climate, then it is your personal choice. Then you know that there are then things that change because of our personal choices. And we just have to respect that, whether we are of the mindset of the lowest rung on that ladder or not. And that is a hard thing to reconcile.
Now, Irene, I want to ask you a question. Do you think you could specify what the movement is? Because you were saying just a second ago that that the collective should take precedent over the individual, and I'm sure you know after like what 2-3 years of knowing me, I don't even remember how long I've known you because I think it was like 2016 or 2017 maybe. But anyway, that's irrelevant. Because you know that I'm more of the individual mindset, not necessarily a collectivist. But I wanted you to specify what you meant by what you said because there's I agree
Wait,
with you.
what I meant by what I said when?
What you were saying about the idea of the collective comes before the individual.
The
The collective.
collective comes before the individual, period. So, for example, and this is a concept that I have to drill into my children, right? As I'm teaching, I'm always reinforcing this. Like, whenever you make a decision, consider how your decision affects the collective, right? So when you pick a career path, how are you going to use what you do for the collective, right? If you make a bunch of money, how is your money going to benefit the collective? As Black people, something that we wholly lack is that, kind of like the brother I was talking about. Well, I'm Black. Well, why can't my children? Well, why can't this? Well, why can't that? Well, all this me, I stuff is going to be a problem. You're problematic to me because you keep saying me and I. I, me, I, me, I, me. So that means that you can't be involved in we conversations because everything you want to say is I and me. And when we have we conversations, you're going to be so focused on I and me that you're not going to be able to healthily engage in a we conversation, right?
Well, okay. Well, I asked you that because I kind of wanted to touch on this earlier, but this was like an hour ago, so I just sort of let it die. But I guess it's still pretty relevant. Earlier when you guys were talking about, and I wasn't on the panel at this time, you guys were talking about the idea of who's responsible for the rearing of the kids and if the kids turn out bad and this and that and other. We're not going to get back into that. But one of the questions that I wanted to bring up, because I thought that it was something that the men on the panel at the time had reiterated time and again, was the question, quote, what's in it for me or what's in it for us? And I bring that up because I've brought that up on most of the lives that we've had. But well, not even most, all humans are based off of the idea of an incentive. And when you have, and I've sort of kicked at this tree when I was talking earlier, when you have a society that only asks for you to put in, but it doesn't tell you what you get out, well, there's no real reason for you to want to put into that society.
Well, the thing is, why? Okay, so okay, let me address two things. Let me address what you said first, so that while it's on my mind. So I'm Christian, so I think of a lot of things, everything I should, but I don't think of everything. But I think of a lot of things from a Christian perspective. The Bible says, if you're good to a person who's good to you, like what do you have to be, boastful about? Because even the sinners do that. Even a sinner is capable of being somebody that's good. If you have a benefit in a situation, it's easy to be on par and in good with that situation. Anybody could do that. Anybody is capable of playing the game if they can get something out of it. It's when you can get nothing out of it that we see your character. It is when you can get absolute. Let me tell you something. Like, I really teeter on doing this, but I'm going to keep it real with you guys, okay? Because I want to bring this up, not because I'm trying to be boastful, but because I want you guys, I want to have a conversation of what it means to do something that you don't get anything from. There's no benefit to you. So tomorrow, I'm going to spend 6 hours out of my day tutoring children. 6 hours on a Sunday, tutoring children. I'm a woman who, if I stopped YouTube, if I stopped volunteering, because I volunteer, as do all the teachers at Ziax, so please donate. Can one of my mods, do I have mods? Can you guys put the donation link for Ziax in the chat? All of the teachers at Ziax don't get paid at all. So we spend somewhere between 5 and 10 hours out of the day teaching for free. I don't have any reason to work. I could spend my whole day making pasta, baking cakes, living my best life, period. There is no benefit to me to spend my Sundays tutoring kids or to spend 5 hours out of my day and then another 4 hours of kids texting and calling me every day and taking that away from my family to do anything for our community. I don't have any purpose to do that. It takes up time that I could spend on myself. I'm not asking myself, well, what is this going to do for me today? How can I benefit from this? Right? It's not a question that I'm asking myself, because my heart is that I just want to do something that contributes and is beneficial and helps to progress our people. And that is where each of our hearts needs to be. I just want to do something that makes us collectively better. I don't know what I can do. If I can find something that I can be useful in, if there's anything I can do, that is what I want to do. That is what I'm going to contribute. And that should be our collective heart. And it's hard to get there because that's a sacrifice, right? It's not easy for me. I complain about it a lot. Oh my gosh, like I'm so tired. I could have done this. I could have done that. Like now I have to stay up until 12 midnight because I also have to run my household, blah, 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 right? But I have to look past that to the bigger picture. And it's not easy for me, and it won't be easy for you, but it's something we have to cultivate in our hearts, because we come from a society where self-centeredness and what benefits us and what I get out of it is the spirit of the age. And for the work that needs to be done, we can't. There was a teacher who was like, I need to get paid. If I can't get paid, blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, dude, well, then I guess you got to bounce, because there's no money for you. All the money is going into the kids. All the money is going into maintaining what we're doing. The same thing with Mr. I watch Mr. with his mentoring organization take money that could come for all of those people in his household that he loves, and he puts it into providing for all of these kids that aren't his kids. And it's like, okay, so you're providing all this stuff to all these kids who aren't your kids. But why does he do it? There's no benefit to him to come out of his pocket to do that. To have to sacrifice a trip that we could take or something. And I know that seems so petty because it is petty. But he would rather impact the lives of 10 little boys, 10 little Black boys, than us take a trip to an island somewhere. And so it's not about the benefit to us as an individual. It's because it's bigger than us. It's because the measure of who you are is when you don't get glory for it, when you're not going to become super popular for it, when nobody's going to pat you on the back for it, when nobody cares. Like I said, 50 people show up when people who are doing work go live. Nobody shows up for that. When nobody cares, when people are still going to talk bad about you, but you still keep on doing the work. How many of us have that kind of spirit in us is the question.
Wait, Irene. Well, I think you misunderstood what I was getting at, because it's not necessarily the idea that people do that. Because I mean, like I said, you've known me for a while, so you know that I'm not against the idea of individuals wanting to do things not for profit. Because I doubt there are very many, and I'll say this because I've never said this before. So in the spirit of taking back humility for the realness, I doubt there are many people who have done more in the pursuit of doing something for the greater good and being self-sacrificial than I have. I mean, like, I've literally been on hit lists for the greater good, but we're not going to talk about that. So what I'm getting at is the idea of the societal expectation, the greater societal expectation that, well, I'll be more specific, that men be, especially Black men, be self-sacrificial. The idea that it is owed just because of because the chance of birth, you were born by chance Black, that you are inherently in debt. And we'll keep it even more real. Not everyone is held to this debt. What we've seen is the idea that there are debtors and there are debtees. The people who are the most capable and the people who tend to try to work the hardest tend to be the ones that are put upon with these burdens. And there's scarcely any incentive for these same people to want to, put back in or pay this debt that is incumbent upon them, despite them not having borrowed anything, or oftentimes never having received anything from the system that encourages them to give back. So I'm speaking more along the lines of what is in it for the person that is, given this debt, when not only do they not benefit from, they have no cost benefit analysis that they can do because it's something that they were born into. And it's something that's expected, so they can't even feel like they can ask.
Well, I mean, first of all, who expects it, right? Who
Well, I
expects it?
mean, if we're
Most
being
people expect you to be selfish. But I'll say this, I was born with a womb. Okay, you guys, I have a uterus, I have ovaries. If I produce a child, my breasts make milk, and I did not ask for any of that. It was not my choice. I did not ask for it. None of that. Okay. But since I got it, since I'm here and I'm a whole woman out here, then
I try to be a good mother. I try to be a good woman. I try to utilize my breasts for what they were designed for. I try to breastfeed my children because, hey, they're making milk anyway. You know, I try to do the best with what I was given without a choice, which is my womanhood. The same thing with Blackness. No, we didn't choose to be Black. We didn't make these choices. I didn't choose to be American. There's a lot of things we didn't choose to be. But at the end of the day, if we see a need there, that's what I mean, the measure of our character. The measure of our character is everything. You don't need to get something from everything. Something that helps us grow as people, and this is my opinion, and everybody is entitled to disagree. What builds your character, what builds my character as people is when there's nothing to be gained, when there's nobody patting you on the back. What do you do in that situation? What do you do when nobody knows about the good thing that you did? Do you do the good thing knowing that you'll never get you won't get recompense for it? You're not going to get accolades for it. Nobody's going to care. If you still do the good thing, if you still do the right thing, if you still do the selfless thing, then that is our character. That's our whole character right there. Who we are in a nutshell. I have a patron who went to go buy herself a car. She went to go buy herself a new truck, and she already has 2 vehicles. And she walked off the dealership and she didn't buy herself a new truck. She ended up buying a person in her family who has several children a truck. She said, I thought to myself, how am I going to have 3 cars? And this woman has no car and all these babies. So she bought the truck. She's going to drive it several states away, and she's simply going to give it to somebody. It is the measure of our character. Had I never told you that story, you would have never known that she did it. You still don't know her name. Nobody will ever know. And this is a woman who literally just had a major surgery. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you want to drive a truck to some family member? Like, did your doctor say this is okay? You just had surgery. Nobody will ever know who she is or that she did this. But that is her character. She has nothing to gain for paying 2 or 3 months insurance for this vehicle, for paying cash for this vehicle, for driving this vehicle up and just signing it over to somebody, paying for the tags. But she's doing it. It's her character. It's her spirit. It's good and loving and unselfish. We have to check our priorities as people. I am privileged to attract people with that kind of heart. I am privileged to attract people who are that good. It honors me that somebody like her, or like Mr., or like so many of you that I have relationships with, would even deal with me, because the fact that you are so good speaks to my character, that I attract you to these spaces. So we have to work on our individual characters. We're always so focused on what the next person is doing wrong that we're not always focused on enough on what we're doing right. So sometimes there's nothing to be gained. I guess that's my long answer. There's nothing to be gained by being a good person.
Well,
Nothing.
I think that's how.
There's no benefit at all. There's zero benefit to being a good person. The reward is in being your best self.
Yeah, I mean that's how society is pushed forth. I mean, it just as being a man, it's always propagated based on making the generation before you or in front of you stronger. So with the technology, if it's technological progress or any type of progress within the human race, it has always been made known is that there's people that's going to sacrifice their lives with getting no incentive. I mean, I believe in American society, they become extremely soft and selfish, self-centered, and capitalism with having this type of mindset that we have to get something out of it. But ideally, when you're making a revolution like cultural revolution, like what Irene is talking about, and what we definitely need, you're more than likely not going to get anything out of it most of the time. I don't see it. Other than the fact that getting something out of it is being selfless. Has
Well,
everything to do with going back to the Bible. It's not something that's very self-centered.
well, I'll put it like this, all right? Because well, I think the first time I explained it, I did so pretty thoroughly. Um, when speaking about the average person will need some sort of incentive. Because, like I said, I'm not speaking specifically about me because my heart, I know my own heart, so I don't really have to get too deep into that. But the average person is not going to sacrifice their entire life for nothing. Well, let's look at it from a historical perspective, right? In, let's say, 1960 and before, because 1960s to 1970s, that's where you start to get into modernity. Um, the what was the incentive for war, right? The incentive for war was not only the protection of your family, the protection of your land, the protection of your ideals, but also it was something honorable. Back, I would say, well, it depends on the area because being from Louisiana, we still have a greater reverence for soldiers. It's still sort of one of those inherently honorable trades. But from what I've seen elsewhere, that's not necessarily the case. So when you have no honor, like when you can't even get honor out of the deal, which, if we're being honest, was the only real incentive to go to war, or the only real incentive to do some sort of huge leap of sacrifice. If you can't even get something as basic as respect or honor, then there's not really much more that you can say is a reward, if that makes any sense.
No, it doesn't make any
Because
sense. It makes absolutely no sense because if you're empowering your future generation, you're
well, you
getting a
can't
lot out of it.
wait. You're missing the entire point. How can you empower a future generation to want to be good if everything in the world is telling them that there's no benefit in it for them? That makes infinitely less sense than you trying to convince me that it's innately good to just be good for the sake of being good.
Who's
Now,
everyone? I just
like,
want to know who the everyone is. Who's everyone telling? Who's that telling us
well,
that it?
we we just spent the last 4 hours talking about the idea that the world is going to shambles. So we're not going to pretend like the world is just telling people that being a good Christian boy is the right way to go. Even the Bible doesn't argue that. Matter of fact, in the Jewish tradition, it says that the world is inherently evil, and the whole point of Jews is to preserve the sake of goodness. But that's a whole conversation for another day. The idea is that the world generally doesn't incentivize people for being good. The whole point of society, honestly, and this is going to be controversial, but Irene knows that I'm a Jeffersonian. The whole point of American society was to create a society in which good was incentivized. and it's slowly been decaying since I would say since maybe the 1930s, but more so in the 1960s and beyond. But the entire American ideal was founding a country for the sake of propagating good. And the country has been slowly decaying since the 1960s
All right.
and on. So it's possible. It's possible to make a country. It's possible to make a nation where goodness is something that is incentivized. It's completely and totally possible. So my question is, as it has always been, why should you help a people that give you no incentive to help them?
All right. Yep. Yeah, Irene, if you could take that, because obviously we're missing the point
I mean,
that he's been making the whole the whole show.
if you do,
Irene,
I mean,
wait,
I guess
before
it
you
depends
go
on what
on,
you're. So,
wait.
okay.
Irene, your mic. You might
Oh, is
want to
it? Wait, is
reset.
it back to being weird again?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a second. Okay, how is that?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to go upstairs, but first of all, before I answer this question, I just want to say thank you guys for hanging with me. So this was not a chill session. On my chill sessions, we don't get into these kind of conversations. This was more like, if I can just be honest with you guys, um, we may, and I say we may because we can't get into the hospital to see this particular family member, but we may be losing an immediate family member. And so Mr. has left town, and I was up all last night, and tonight I stayed up just kind of baking. One, because my son really wanted these pies, but two, because like cleaning and baking like helps me relax. And I just wanted to come and just kind of hang out with you guys and talk to you guys. And like I said, these are not the discussions that get tons of views and all that, but these are discussions I value because it gives us a chance to talk to each other, and have a conversation versus me talking at you, which I don't like talking at you guys. So I just want to say that. So thank you for hanging out with me tonight. I'm literally going to go upstairs. I've like pulled off my mattress and I've pulled off my box spring. I have a pretty sturdy, like good quality bed. And it has all these bolts and things, but they're kind of getting loose. So when Mr. and I are up there, I can feel that they're loose. So while he's not here, I'm like tightening them. So I'll probably go up there and listen to a lecture or something, or maybe I'll call Mr. and just see kind of how he's doing and all of that. Thank you, Ronald. I appreciate that. So I just want to thank you guys for talking to me because I value you guys so much. And especially for my patrons, I apologize. And my members, I apologize because it's just been such a heavy burden. You guys know that I kind of suffered with writing my textbooks this year for the whole school for social studies. And I lost my last year's textbook. So I'm like building every textbook from scratch. And I'm kind of under pressure because when the new year starts, I want to have the next section of the textbooks out to everybody because y'all, I did not finish it. Y'all should have known I could not write a whole textbook, social studies textbook in a matter of 5 weeks. So I'm still working on it. And then with this situation coming up, and I am really pulled tight with everything that I have going on. But I just hate to turn people down when they need stuff. So it's been so nice to just take a break and just talk to you guys about like various subjects. So I just want to thank you all for hanging out with me. So I just want to throw that out there. Like I appreciate you guys. Um, I appreciate the varying points of views. I love that there are men and women here and that we all don't agree. I think the most beautiful thing about our space is that
We all do not agree with each other, and yet we coexist here. And this is like a microcosm of what our community needs. Like people who have different opinions, strong opinions, can disagree, and we do it without disrespecting each other, without name calling, without hatred. We are capable of doing it in a way that can help us all grow and be better and listen to each other. And that's just so beautiful to me. And honestly, it's like all of you guys that make that a thing that is possible. And so it's just so, man, it's just so amazing that I attract so many people that, and our channel is so small. I say our channel because it's like our channel. Our channel is super small compared to how big these channels on YouTube get. But I have to say, I think we are very high quality over here as far as our hearts and our minds and our tolerance for different opinions. Um, and all of you don't agree with me like all the time. And I think that's amazing that you'll still talk to me and engage me and give your opinions and add to the discussion. So blah 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 blah. I mean, very sentimental, but so I just want to say that. And then I just want to close with two things. So for what Ronald said about the woman who gave a penny, and it was not a greater percentage, it was everything that she had, versus people who had a lot to give. Um, that's sacrifice, right? She gave the last of what she had, and so it made it more valuable because she did not have a lot to give. And so because she had nothing to give and she still gave, that made it more valuable. And I have to say for myself, I've I always want, like, my goal in life is at my core to be a truly decent person. I don't think I'm there yet. Like, I'm not a great person, to be honest. I want to be better. And so I try to do good things to promote that in me. I try to do things that make me uncomfortable and that cause me to sacrifice because I'm trying to cultivate goodness in myself. I know some people who are pretty amazing and I look up to them and I want to be like them. I want to be a person where people meet me and they're like, man, she's so beautiful on the inside. Like I want to exude that beauty. And so I see people around me who are so amazing and so inspiring and so beautiful. And I strive, I look at them like mentors, you know what I mean? Like I want to grow to be close to what they are. I want people to feel the way I feel about them, about me. Um, I want the way I am naturally to be inspirational without trying. And so, like, I'm moving to that place. I try to encourage my children to, like, try to be your best self. Like, the race is really you against you, right? You're racing against yourself. You're not really racing against other people. You're trying to improve yourself. And so, anyway, I guess that brings me to um, the conversation about, you know, people and all of that. Um, Look, everything that's worth doing is it's not going to benefit you. Maybe kind of what Cass was saying earlier, because she gave a little pushback. The benefit's going to be that you become better as a person because you did it. The Bible says, do not your alms in public, right? Like, if you're doing something good, keep it private. That's gonna benefit you the most when you are good, when nobody can see that you're good. when you help people when nobody will ever know that you did it. That is when it matters. The stuff we do when nobody's going to give us credit for it, when nobody's going to care, when nobody's going to know, just you and that person. And just let's let's try to cultivate in each other pure and good hearts. If we can do that, I think we'll really be onto something. And a lot of these conversations we have that are so dysfunctional will disappear when we're all like seeking the good of each other. We're all looking out for each other. We're all loving and caring for each other above and beyond ourselves. And I think I know a lot of you, like personally, and I'm always so honored when people are like, will you talk to me or can we talk about this or that? And I can't tell you, like, so much trash goes on freaking YouTube, you guys. There are a lot of people who have my personal phone number. There are a lot of you guys who I talk to, and
Except me.
the fact that nobody has stepped forward to talk trash about me, you know
Except
what?
me.
Except for you.
Wait. First of all, a tiny interjection. You might have to email me that number because
Okay.
out of the numerous people you've known for years, I'm like the only one that doesn't.
Yeah, yeah. So he doesn't have my
But
number,
keep talking. Don't worry. We'll talk later offline. But let's continue.
but a lot of people do, and I know that the people that I talk to are good and beautiful people, and I just the fact that I don't see anybody that I know knows me personally around YouTube talking trash or saying things negative about me, like that makes my heart so full because that means that I attract people who are good, who are beautiful, who are solid. And when we talk to each other, that is genuine. And the camaraderie and the love is so genuine. And like, man, when I tell you that the people that you draw to you speaks volumes, you guys speak volumes for me. Like your amazingness makes me feel like I am doing something halfway decently. And so I don't know. I'm like rambling. I'm being really sentimental, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, you guys are awesome. You guys really are. Like I'm just thinking to all of you guys that I have relationships with, even off of YouTube, and just how beautiful you guys are and how genuine and how loving and how considerate. It is truly amazing. Um, and I don't know, like I said, our space is small. It's a small channel, but I think it's good that it's small because the people we have here are quality people, good people. And we don't need bullshit and we don't need drama and we don't need to talk trash about people and we don't need to be anything because we're so about something different. And that to me is so much more valuable than anything that anybody has going on. Like I love that about us here. Not saying we can't be dirty and grimy. We can be dirty and grimy, but just saying that's not what's floating us over here. And so anyway, I appreciate you guys. And I just hope that we provoke each other to be better. You guys provoke me to be better. I hope I do the same for you and that when we're in this space as men and women, um, that as we have these discussions, like we just provoke each other to be greater and to be better and to be closer and to be stronger. And that we don't take away from each other here and we don't destroy and tear each other down here. That when people come here, they feel heard and maybe not validated because we can't validate bullshit, but that they feel heard and cared about. And if we have to correct, if I have to be corrected by you guys, which I'll do, or if you guys have to be corrected by any of us, that we do that in love and because we want to keep our space healthy. So, anyway, I'm rambling, y'all. I'm about to go tighten these bolts on my bed.
But
All
one
the
one thing I do want to say, since I am up here, because of the slow growth, I'm not sure if you really started this channel back in 2018, like really doing content. Irene, was that the time frame?
I don't know. I think it was 2018. I'm not sure.
I think
You guys
it's
will
great
have to go
because
back and look at my old videos.
when you start pop around through the other cats, which we're not gonna name them, that's the only time I recall. Because think about it, because I know your channel right now is like roughly 6K right now. And I always think that, 2 years is pretty long, but everybody's growth is different on their channel. And if I said to mince nearly half of a 10K audience, is something. I mean, it's not the best, but it's something that we put out certain information that is not the norm. I mean, this is true audience. If you think about it, this is the actual audience. You know, because you don't want to have a certain set of people on the average on your channel, and they just wait and anticipate on this drama and nonsense all the time. I mean, I always reflect back when I do content on here. That's saying normal artists that you have after the first 2 years doing this is the mostly the set audience overall on the average, depending on what you do. But normally the ones that really truly care and do like the content are the ones that's still around. You know, the ones that ain't and they look for something for entertainment or nonsense, they no longer here. So it comes with a territory that there's certain energies you don't want when you're building a space or a channel. You know, because people in here they want to be entertained all the time. I always think in my mind, when does the entertainment part stop and then get a little serious? I always ask this question because there's so much things you can do in a 24-hour day, 7 days a week, and often you get your indulge energy of dysfunction, where the black man ain't stuff or the black woman ain't stuff or anything in that nature. I mean, there has to be some of a cutoff line with people. That's one thing I always think about. That's just a question that floats in my head. You get me? Yeah.
I don't know. I just let people grow. Like, I've been, I don't know. I have a lot of people that try to turn me against like this person or that person. And like at the end of the day, the day is going to come because it can't be avoided when I'm going to do something that's just wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I just would hope that the people around me would they would forgive me and like give me the space to grow and to move past that. And so for me, that's how I think about people. Like,
Okay.
people can be on bullshit, and I tend to look past stuff, y'all, just because like we all can be on bullshit. And like, if we're on that and we try to move past it, like, we just need to have people move past it. And sometimes people don't know any better. Sometimes if you're hungry, I was talking to Brother Q about this. I was like, people who are hungry, they act like they're starving. And a starving person moves in odd ways. And like nobody can be judged when they're hungry like that. So I don't know, like we all screw up. Nobody's above the law, as one of my best friends says. Nobody is above the law.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes we're just too harsh with each other. Like we all act like at some point in time, we all have acted like, what is that saying? Our shit doesn't stink. Like we've all been there, pretending like, okay, like it's everybody, but it's never us. And I just realized like sometimes it's us. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be you one day. It's gonna be me one day. So I try to give people the same space that I want people to give me. I want people to be like, okay, because Irene didn't drag people for filth when she could, or because Irene didn't jump on the bandwagon, or because Irene, you know what I mean? And then also, I think sometimes when people, I thought about making a post about this. Like some people really don't like you and are against you,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you can be so on the level that people who have never, so there's somebody that I love that died.
Okay.
Somebody that I love that died. And I remember before he died, I was talking to Mister about this when we were at dinner the other night. I was like, what's crazy is I kept trying to get him to understand that I love you. And you don't have to be fake. You don't have to put on airs. You don't like, I wouldn't care. I would love you anyway because it is not about your perfection. It is about the fact that I love you. Just in the same way that I accept myself and my flaws, like I accept you and your flaws. So you don't have to be fake with me. Like you can keep it 1,000% with me. I'm not going to judge you. I love you. Like I just want you to be honest with me. And this person died never capable of that because I think it's so far beyond our minds because there's so few people out there who are real, right? Like genuine people. There are so few people out there that are genuine. And this is one reason why I really flex with Cynthia. I
Mm-hmm.
have heard, like, I've not been around for panels, but I've definitely heard of panels where I have been drugged for filth. And Cynthia simply would not jump on the bandwagon.
Okay.
Like when I tell you that she is one of the most genuine people on YouTube, she is the most, one of the most genuine people on YouTube. And so for that, and I've never said this to her, but for that alone, I flex with her because she was. I've literally heard panels like clips sent to me where there would be 5 people on a panel talking shit about me, and she just wouldn't even engage. She'd just be like, I don't know about all that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's so hard for us, and it's so far and few between when people are genuinely safe for us to deal with. Like people who aren't going to use the things you say against you, people who you can be vulnerable with, who aren't going to flip the script on you when they get mad, they start using everything you ever told them against you. People whose whole opinions of you aren't going to change if you're honest. Like there's so many of us who have developed from like childhood and we've changed. And then like you're scared to divulge everything you've ever been because you want to be judged on who you are now. And you just don't trust people to respect the process of your growth. So when you're faced with somebody who's like, I respect that, like I will love you anyway. I will never use these things against you. It's hard to believe because 99% of people are not that person. You cannot trust them. So I've definitely dealt with people where I know that they don't like me. Like I've literally sat with Mister and been like, these people do not like me. Like this person hates me or that person hates me. And I just continue to be myself because eventually my consistency, I feel, will win people over. Like when people recognize, sometimes when you are grimy as a person, or when you are untrusting, or when you, like, so many of us have been hurt, so we put up these walls. When you have walls up, you assume, you start to think that everybody is like you. Like, okay, you have walls up. You're not being honest. You're not, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but if a person is consistent with you, it can build trust. It can turn an enemy into a friend if they realize that you're simply not about that. You're not on that. And so character goes like a long way. And so that's why I think we have to give each other like grace and space because you just never know where a person's at and you don't know how badly they've been burned or hurt that they cannot receive whatever you're trying to give them. So if you stay consistent, that will be the lesson in and of itself. It's like, okay, she's hella consistent. Like when I hear people talk about like who know her or who know him, you know, they only have good things to say. Like this might be somebody who is different. And I would never advise people to put their guards down because most people are freaking trash, man. Like if you open up to them, like they will wholly drag you and use that against you. But every once in a while, there's a genuine person out there. And we just have to not be so hardened by being burned that we don't accept people who could truly be friends to us, people who will truly not cross us, people who truly won't violate our trust. But I don't know. The world is trash, y'all. The world is such freaking trash out here that it's hard to get to that place because people are really scum. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, so many people are scum that it's hard to trust anybody. And I mean, I get that. But when you move differently, you'll attract different things. I'll say that. When you move different, you'll attract different types of people. And when you move in genuineness, that'll resonate with people. And then they'll be able, even if they can never be like that with anybody else, they'll keep it real with you because they will know that you're exactly how you portray yourself to be and that you are safe. You're a person they can be safe with. And so many of us need a safe place. Not a safe place like the freaking snowflakes say, but I mean a safe place like so many of us need people that we can be 100% ourselves with and still be loved. And I just think it's a small percentage of people that feel that they can be 100% them 100% of the time and still be loved. Whereas A, we need to stop caring so much what people think. So start there. And B, we need to be pragmatic about who we choose to open up to. And we need to know when it's okay to open up because everybody's not the enemy. Everybody's not on bullshit. Most people are though, but everybody's not. I'm rambling. Y'all, this is what happens. What time is it?
And
9 o'clock?
we're at 4 hours and 15 minutes on the stream.
What'd you say?
4 hours and 15 minutes in the stream.
This is the mess I'm talking about. I have literally I have literally just been rambling, y'all. Let me go. I'm gonna literally listen to a lecture, tighten the bolts on my bed, and freaking and probably have a sangria and taste these pies that I baked because I told you guys at the beginning of this I was baking
You made
pies.
apple pie?
No, I made pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And I was telling people don't come for
Hey,
me
too bad you don't get a
because
picture of it.
I made
Nope.
sweet potato pies already and I
No
made
picture.
peach cobbler. So I'm making pumpkin pie now because I know Black people are like pumpkin, not peach cobbler. No, I already
No,
made peach
I
not
like
pumpkin, not sweet potato. I already made sweet potato pie, y'all. Okay, I made sweet potato pie, a couple of those. I made a couple of peach cobblers, and now I've moved on to pumpkin pie. So there we go. That's where we are now.
any way we could see these wonderful dish that you created?
Well, I already cut it. I have a slice sitting on my plate waiting for me to get off of here. But um I will post my peach cobbler, y'all, because I did make a giant peach cobbler. As far as Cass and JV, I really don't know JV. But I do like Cass, and I just hope that any issues that are going on, I just hope that they're resolved. I just want people to make peace with each other. I think I think that's important, you know? I think we just need to like make peace with each other. Like nothing can come of the bullshit. So hopefully it just all gets squashed and everybody makes peace with each other because it's very awkward, you know, liking people who don't like each other. So if nothing else for my own sake, I hope everybody makes peace with each other just across the board. Just peace in the Middle East, y'all. Peace on YouTube. Anyway,
I will. You don't do pumpkin pretty and black. I can't do it. I'm about to do pumpkin night. Although, having taken a bite of this, I don't think I like it as much as sweet potato pie. So it is what it is. Anyway,
You probably made
so
it
what'd you
good
say?
enough. I don't think you made it good enough. You like the taste, you didn't probably prepare it good.
I've actually never made a pumpkin pie before, so this is my first pumpkin
Well,
pie.
there you go. There's a science into making a perfect pumpkin pie.
No, I think that like literally it's just not as good as sweet potato pie. Like if we just keep it real. So,
I eat that too. I mean, you know, that's good.
but Adam, you said roasted frog legs. That makes me think of I talked about my cousin like on a different video that passed away. But the last picture I have of him, like my family threw a party for me because I went to an area of the country that I don't normally go to. And so my family threw a party for me because I was in like that part of the country. And I had a cousin, and I have a picture of him, and he's like holding a frog that he's about to fry, and he's like making like R, like a R face. Anyway, it's the last picture I have of him before he died, and he really loved to eat frog. He would catch and then eat them. As a side note. Anyway, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Love you, Irene. Thanks
Aw,
for the support.
no, I love you too. And
And
I want to
don't
thank.
forget to email me, by the way. I'm gonna be waiting for it.
I'll forget, so you can email me because I'll totally forget. I will forget. Try eating the frog eyes. No, I don't. I've never even eaten frog. He ate the frog. I didn't eat the frog. I'm good. Anyway, for everybody that came up today, who came and left and came and stayed, thank you for coming up. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. I'll probably make this unlisted, but if you guys save the link, you'll be able to come back and listen to the playback. So God bless you too, Angela. All right. Good night, you guys.
Mhm.
All right, thanks. See ya.